Είμαστε ο τόπος που επαναστατεί απέναντι στις προκλήσεις. Που ξέρει να αντέχει, να ανθίζει, να καρποφορεί. Είμαστε η γη που δεν ακολουθεί τους κανόνες, τους γράφει. Που δεν περιμένει την αλλαγή, τη δημιουργεί, αλλά και αγκαλιάζει όσους δημιουργούν. Ένας τόπος που εμπνέει εδώ και χιλιετίες. Που κρύβει σε κάθε γωνιά του θαύματα της ιστορίας του, του τοπίου του, των ανθρώπων του. Που έχει το πείσμα να ανακαλύπτει τον εαυτό του ξανά και ξανά. Γιατί είμαστε η γη που αψηφά το ποτέ, που μπορεί να κάνει το αδύνατο δυνατό, χτίζοντας πάντα νέες αφετηρίες για το αύριο. Είμαστε η Πελοπόννησος.
NSRF, National Strategic Reference Framework, co-funded by Greece and the European Union.
40 minutes will eventually reach a cruising altitude of 35.
Ανάμεσα στην Ελλάδα και στον κόσμο υπάρχει ένα μέρος που κάποια στιγμή ίσως και να έχεις βρεθεί. Είτε κάπου για να πας, είτε για κάποιον που αγαπάς. Ένα μέρος που συνδέει την Ελλάδα με τον κόσμο με φροντίδα και ασφάλεια και αποτελεί βασικό πυλώνα ανάπτυξης του τουρισμού στη χώρα μας. Μια εταιρεία ευέλικτη και κερδοφόρα, έτοιμη να θέσει νέους στόχους και να ανταποκριθεί σε νέες προκλήσεις. Εδώ όλα γίνονται με σεβασμό στο περιβάλλον. Με περισσότερες από 100 σημαντικές διεθνείς διακρίσεις και βραβεία. Ανάμεσα στην Ελλάδα και στον κόσμο υπάρχει ο Διεθνής Αερολιμένας Αθηνών.
Η ενέργεια αλλάζει. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Τις δημιουργούμε. Είμαστε η μεγαλύτερη εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Και ένας ισχυρός παίκτης στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη, επεκτείνοντας σταθερά το αποτύπωμά μας στις διεθνείς αγορές. Με πλήρως καθετοποιημένη δομή, έχουμε παρουσία σε όλη την εφοδιαστική αλυσίδα. Ενισχύουμε την παρουσία μας στην παραγωγή και προμήθεια ενέργειας. Με ισορροπία στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τις νέες μορφές ενέργειας, διαμορφώνουμε ένα ολοκληρωμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο προσαρμοσμένο στις ανάγκες του αύριο. Κατασκευάσαμε ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα φωτοβολταϊκά πάρκα στην Ευρώπη. Και τώρα δημιουργούμε το πρώτο πάρκο μπαταριών στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στην ηλεκτροκίνηση. Χτίζουμε στρατηγικές σχέσεις με μακροπρόθεσμη αξία. Κάθε χρόνο, περισσότεροι από 10 εκατομμύρια πελάτες επιλέγουν τις υπηρεσίες μας. Και χάρη στο εκτενέστερο δίκτυο καυσίμων που διαθέτουμε στην Ελλάδα, βελτιώνουμε διαρκώς την εμπειρία τους. Στην ηλεκτρική ενέργεια και το φυσικό αέριο προσφέρουμε αξιόπιστες λύσεις σε νοικοκυριά, επιχειρήσεις και βιομηχανίες. Προχωράμε με σταθερά βήματα στην ενεργειακή μετάβαση, μετασχηματίζοντας τον όμιλό μας με όραμα την μακροπρόθεσμη αξία για όλους. Σήμερα στεκόμαστε εισάξιοι με τις μεγαλύτερες ευρωπαϊκές και διεθνείς εταιρείες ενέργειας και προχωράμε δυναμικά μπροστά με οδηγό την εταιρική διακυβέρνηση, τον σύγχρονο τρόπο λειτουργίας μας, τις αξίες και το όραμά μας, καθώς και τη δέσμευσή μας για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον. Συνεισφέρουμε σημαντικά στην ελληνική οικονομία. Στηρίζουμε έμπρακτα την κοινωνία μέσα από πρωτοβουλίες που ενδυναμώνουν τη νέα γενιά, στηρίζουν την κοινωνία και την υγεία, προστατεύουν το περιβάλλον και προωθούν τον πολιτισμό και τον αθλητισμό, βελτιώνουμε τη ζωή για περισσότερους από 2 εκατομμύρια συνανθρώπους μας σε Ελλάδα και εξωτερικό. Σε ένα διαρκώς μεταβαλλόμενο περιβάλλον, αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια προς ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον. Hellenic Energy. Empowering tomorrow.
Βλέπεις τον καθημερινό σου καφέ σαν μια μεγάλη επιβράβευση? Μάλλον είσαι μέλος του Everest Bite Club, γιατί ένας Everest καφές την ημέρα φέρνει τον 5ο δωρεάν. Κάνε την εγγραφή σου στο Everest Bite Club και απόλαυσε 4 καφέδες και έναν δώρο όσες φορές θες σε ένα κατάστημα Everest.
Στην Πειραιώς κινούμαστε ανωδικά προς ένα καλύτερο αύριο. Με συνέπεια, όραμα και ολοκληρωμένο πλάνο, δημιουργούμε αξία και προσφέρουμε καινοτόμες και εξατομικευμένες λύσεις για τις ανάγκες σας. Και διακρινόμαστε γι' αυτό. Πειραιώς, τράπεζα της χρονιάς στην Ελλάδα για το 2025 από το The Banker. Μια μεγάλη διάκριση για εμάς. Ένα βήμα ψηλότερα στη δική σας εμπιστοσύνη. Πειραιώς, στηρίζει κάθε αύριο.
Στην Κοσμοτέ Telecom πιστεύουμε ότι η δύναμη του AI πρέπει να ανήκει σε όλους. Στους επιστήμονες, τους προγραμματιστές, αλλά και στις κουρασμένες μαμάδες.
Βρες μου έναν ανούρισμα.
Στους καλοφαγάδες.
Πρότεινέ μου 3 συνταγές με ό,τι έχει το ψυγείο.
Σε αυτούς που πρέπει να προλάβουν το πλοίο για Κυκλάδες.
Βρες το πιο κοντινό πάρκινγκ στο λιμάνι και δώσ' μου οδηγίες.
Ακόμα και σε αυτούς που θέλουν να ανοίξουν μαγαζί με λουκουμάδες.
Μπορείς να μου φτιάξεις ένα business plan?
Η δύναμη του AI πρέπει να ανήκει σε όλους. Γι' αυτό η Κοσμοτέ Telecom φέρνει το Magenta AI. Ανακάλυψε τη δύναμη της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης, εύκολα και με ασφάλεια, μέσα από το app της Κοσμοτέ Telecom, καθώς και στις νέες συσκευές T-Phone και T-Tablet. Κοσμοτέ Telecom. Συνδέουμε τον κόσμο σου.
σημαίνει να είσαι πρωτοπόρος? Για εμάς σημαίνει ότι η ιστορία μας είναι πρώτα απ' όλα έργα. Αυτό είναι το όνομά μας, η ουσία μας. Η πορεία μας έχει ξεχωριστή σημασία. Μας προσφέρει σιγουριά και ενέργεια και μια πρωτιά σε ευθύνη, αλλά και εμπιστοσύνη. Είμαστε η πιο ευέλικτη, η πιο σύγχρονη και η πιο αποδοτική πλευρά της ενέργειας. Αφοσιωνόμαστε κάθε μέρα σε ένα σκοπό που είναι μεγαλύτερος από τον καθένα μας. Σπάμε τα μονοπόλια και ανοίγουμε όλο και μεγαλύτερους ορίζοντες. Είμαστε συνοδοιπόροι στο όραμα για ένα βιώσιμο κόσμο, πιο φιλικό για τις επόμενες γενιές. Αφήνουμε το αποτύπωμά μας μέσα από την αξία που προσφέρουμε στους άλλους. Μία αξία που παραμένει σταθερή, αλλά όχι στάσιμη. Εξελισσόμαστε, ανανεωνόμαστε, φέρνουμε την ενέργεια του αύριο στο σήμερα. Μοιραζόμαστε εμπειρία, όραμα, καινοτομία, ενέργεια. Η ενέργεια αλλάζει. Πρωτέργεια. Η ενέργεια της Metlen Energy and Metals.
Ξεκινάμε με γνώμονα αυτό τον τόπο, προσφέροντας δομή και οργάνωση, προωθώντας την ασφάλεια και τη βιωσιμότητα, ισορροπώντας τη συμπερίληψη και τη μοναδικότητα. Με το βλέμμα στον άνθρωπο οικοδομούμε τη Μητροπολιτική Περιφέρεια. Νέα σελίδα, νέα ταυτότητα. Ξεκινάμε.
Your summer starts here. Your summer starts here.
What if there was a modern city where different times and people meet? Explore, learn. Embrace your new big family.
Thessaloniki, a place to call home.
What if there was a place where kings and queens passed their riches on to the people? Explore. Enjoy. Feel the flowery wind blow your anxieties away.
Imatia.
What if there was a place where you could experience adventure and reinvent yourself? Breathe in, slow down, and let go. Explore the lakes of a new horizon. Bella. What if there was a place where you could meet the gods? Whether you choose the high mountains or the cool sea, luxury or adventure, one of them will wait for you. Biarria. What if there was a place where whispers of nature came roaring lions? Live, feel, observe. Discover your deepest desires. Ceres. What if there was a place where you could bring the past back to life? Listen, learn, rejoice, and reconnect with the places where our heroes live forever. Kilkis. What if there was a place where you could stay young and carefree? Taste, feel, experience your dream escape. Alkiriki.
Thessaloniki, a place to call home.
Είμαστε ο τόπος που επαναστατεί απέναντι στις προκλήσεις. Που ξέρει να αντέχει, να ανθίζει, να καρποφορεί. Είμαστε η γη που δεν ακολουθεί τους κανόνες, τους γράφει. Που δεν περιμένει την αλλαγή, τη δημιουργεί, αλλά και αγκαλιάζει όσους δημιουργούν. Ένας τόπος που εμπνέει εδώ και χιλιετίες. Που κρύβει σε κάθε γωνιά του θαύματα της ιστορίας του, του τοπίου του, των ανθρώπων του. Που έχει το πείσμα να ανακαλύπτει τον εαυτό του ξανά και ξανά. Γιατί είμαστε η γη που αψηφά το ποτέ, που μπορεί να κάνει το αδύνατο δυνατό, χτίζοντας πάντα νέες αφετηρίες για το αύριο. Είμαστε η Πελοπόννησος.
Πρόεδρο της ΕΙΕΑ για να κηρύξει την έναρξη του συνεδρίου μας. Κύριε Χατζηνικολάου.
Αγαπητές φίλες, αγαπητοί φίλοι, κυρίες και κύριοι, κύριε Επίτροπε, κυρία Υπουργέ, κυρία Υφυπουργέ, κύριοι Ευρωβουλευτές και Βουλευτές, κύριε Περιφερειάρχα, κύριε Δήμαρχε, σας υποδέχομαι όλους με ιδιαίτερη χαρά και σας καλωσορίζω εκ μέρους της Next is Now και της Dom Consulting για 7η συνεχόμενη χρονιά στο Συνέδριο Ελληνικός Τουρισμός, μια εθνική υπόθεση. Πρόκειται για ένα θεσμό που χρόνο με το χρόνο γίνεται και πιο ουσιαστικός, καθώς συγκεντρώνει όλους εκείνους που χαράσουν την πορεία του τουρισμού στη χώρα μας. Και μιλούμε για έναν κλάδο που αποτελεί δύναμη ανάπτυξης, εξωστρέφειας και εθνικής αυτοπεποίθησης. Φέτος παρουσιάζουμε για άλλη μια χρονιά μια εξαιρετικά θετική εικόνα. Ο ελληνικός τουρισμός, σύμφωνα με την Τράπεζα της Ελλάδος, συνεχίζει και το 2025 την εντυπωσιακή ανωδική του πορεία, καταγράφοντας αύξηση με τα έσοδα του οκταμήνου να φτάνουν τα 16,7 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ. Μιλούμε για αύξηση 12% σε σχέση με πέρυσι. Οι αφίξεις μη κατοίκων ταξιδιωτών αυξήθηκαν κατά 4,1%, ενώ οι σχετικές εισπράξεις ενισχύθηκαν επίσης κατά 12%. Είναι επιδόσεις οι οποίες αποδεικνύουν ότι το ελληνικό τουριστικό προϊόν έχει δύναμη, έχει ποιότητα, έχει διεθνή απήχηση. Σε αυτή τη μεγάλη επιτυχία κρύβεται ωστόσο και μια μεγάλη ευθύνη. Η συνεχής αύξηση της ζήτησης μπορεί, αν δεν αντιμετωπιστεί με σχέδιο, να οδηγήσει σε φαινόμενα που αλλοιώνουν ό,τι μας κάνει μοναδικούς. Το φυσικό μας κάλος, την αυθεντικότητα των προορισμών, τον χαρακτήρα των τοπικών κοινωνιών. Ταυτόχρονα βλέπουμε ήδη σε ορισμένες περιοχές τις πιέσεις στο κόστος ζωής των μονίμων κατοίκων, πιέσεις που δεν πρέπει να αγνοήσουμε. Η πρόκληση λοιπόν είναι διπλή. Να συνεχίσουμε να αναπτυσσόμαστε, αλλά με τρόπο που προστατεύει τα θεμέλια της επιτυχίας μας. Να διασφαλίσουμε δηλαδή ότι οι περιοχές της Ελλάδας παραμένουν βιώσιμες, λειτουργικές και ελκυστικές, όχι μόνο για τους επισκέπτες, αλλά και για τους ανθρώπους που ζουν και εργάζονται σε αυτές. Τα νέα ρεκόρ μας δίνουν χωρίς αμφιβολία αυτοπεποίθηση. Η αυτοπεποίθηση όμως δεν πρέπει να γίνει εφησυχασμός. Πρέπει να γίνει εργαλείο, να γίνει βάση για το χτίσιμο του αύριο. Να πατήσουμε πάνω σε όσα καταφέραμε, στην ομορφιά της χώρας μας, στην ποιότητα των υπηρεσιών μας, τη διεθνή μας φήμη, τις υψηλές επενδύσεις, την εξωστρέφεια των επιχειρήσεων και να διαμορφώσουμε ένα μοντέλο που θα αντέχει στον χρόνο, στις πιέσεις και στις μεταβολές. Αυτός είναι ο πυρήνας του σημερινού συνεδρίου. Συζητάμε πώς θα διαμορφώσουμε το τουριστικό προϊόν του μέλλοντος, συνδυάζοντας επενδύσεις και σύγχρονες υποδομές με τη δυναμική του θεματικού τουρισμού. Αναδεικνύουμε τη σημασία της βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης και της ορθής διαχείρισης των πόρων και των προορισμών μας, ώστε να προστατεύεται η φυσική και η πολιτιστική μας κληρονομιά. Θέτουμε στο επίκεντρο τους ανθρώπους, την εκπαίδευση, τις δεξιότητες και τη στήριξη των επαγγελματιών που θα κρατήσουν την Ελλάδα στην κορυφή του παγκόσμιου τουριστικού χάρτη. Εξετάζουμε επίσης πώς ο τουρισμός μπορεί να γίνει πραγματικά 365 ημερών, αξιοποιώντας τη δυναμική των περιφερειών και την αυθεντική Ελλάδα που βρίσκεται πέρα από τους γνωστούς προορισμούς. Και φυσικά αναλύουμε τη σημασία μιας ενιαίας στρατηγικής για τον θαλάσσιο τουρισμό, από τα λιμάνια και τις μαρίνες μέχρι την ακτοπλοεία, την κρουαζιέρα και το γιότινγκ, έναν τομέα όπου η χώρα μας έχει τεράστια συγκριτικά πλεονεκτήματα. Φίλες και φίλοι, ο τουρισμός είναι πράγματι μια εθνική υπόθεση. Τα σημερινά ρεκόρ δικαιώνουν τη χώρα μας, αλλά ταυτόχρονα την καλούν να δει μπροστά, να σχεδιάσει με σοβαρότητα, να προστατεύσει ό,τι έχει χτίσει και να διασφαλίσει ότι η ανάπτυξη θα είναι πηγή ευημερίας τόσο για την οικονομία όσο και για τις τοπικές κοινωνίες. Οι εργασίες του συνεδρίου μας μεταδίδονται διαδικτυακά από το site tourismnow.gr, το site του συνεδρίου μας, αλλά και από το ennikos.gr, το real.gr, το enikonomia.gr, ενώ και ο Real FM 97,8 θα συνδέεται σε τακτά χρονικά διαστήματα και θα μεταδίδει αποσπάσματα από τις πιο σημαντικές στιγμές του συνεδρίου. Σας ευχαριστώ θερμά για την παρουσία σας, για την ενεργό συμμετοχή σας. Εύχομαι το συνέδριό μας να έχει και φέτος επιτυχία και καλώ την Υπουργό Τουρισμού, την κυρία Όλγα Κεφαλογιάννη, να κηρύξει την έναρξή του με ένα...
Εθνική υπόθεση και ευχαριστώ θερμά τον κύριο Χατζηνικολάου και τους διοργανωτές, την Next Now και την Dome Consulting, για την σημαντική ευκαιρία που μας δίνεται να συζητήσουμε για έναν από τους πιο ισχυρούς πυλώνες ανάπτυξης της χώρας μας. Αναμφισβήτητα, ο τουρισμός είναι μια εθνική επιτυχία, μια συλλογική εθνική επιτυχία, χάρη στις προσπάθειες όλων, του κράτους, της τοπικής αυτοδιοίκησης, των τοπικών κοινωνιών, του ιδιωτικού τομέα και βεβαίως των εργαζομένων στον τουρισμό. Η Ελλάδα συγκαταλέγεται πλέον στους 10 κορυφαίους ταξιδιωτικούς προορισμούς στον κόσμο. Είναι ένα από τα ισχυρότερα διεθνώς και πιο αναγνωρίσιμα ταξιδιωτικά brands. Το 2024 επισκέφθηκαν τη χώρα μας πάνω από 40 εκατομμύρια ταξιδιώτες, αν υπολογίσουμε και τους επιβάτες που ήρθαν με την κρουαζιέρα, και οι εισπράξεις άγγιξαν τα 21,6 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ. Είχαμε όμως και μια αξιοσημείωτη αύξηση του τουρισμού στην ταξιδιωτική κίνηση αλλά και τις εισπράξεις κατά τους λεγόμενους πλάγιους μήνες αλλά και τους χειμερινούς μήνες. Στοιχείο που επιβεβαιώνει ότι η χώρα μας εξελίσσεται πλέον σε προορισμό για όλο το χρόνο.
So we shouldn't only be prepared, but pioneers when sustainability is the new norm. And Greece does not simply adapt to this change, it plays a starring role. And it leaves its own footprint to the European and global map in a historical time for Greece, after taking on the portfolio for the sustainable transport and tourism by our good friend Apostolos Tsikostas. Greece, from this position, takes on a key role in forming the first strategy for tourism, sustainable tourism, that is going to be presented in 2026 by the Commissioner. We are, in fact, going forward on the basis of moderation and sustainability. Greece is investing on a tourist development that is going to return the benefits from tourism to the local communities. And it will, in fact, leave a good mark and not a burden to the citizen. It offers revenue, employment, and it supports and it can regenerate communities and regions. It is indeed a national affair. It is a very strong proponent for a Greece that is open and modern, that plays a very important role. I'd like to thank all those who contributed to this amazing organisation, and I'd like to declare the conference open. It gives me great pleasure to be here, and that I believe it's going to help disseminate knowledge that is very valuable for promoting Greek tourism. Thank you.
Με την Υπουργό, την κυρία Κεφαλογιάννη, θα έχουμε μια
With the Minister Kefalogiannis, we will have a very interesting interview soon. But now over to the keynote speaker, the Commissioner of Greece. And it's a very important portfolio because he's going to be in charge, or he is in charge of sustainable transport and tourism. Mr. Tizikostas.
Κυρία Υπουργέ, κυρία Υφυπουργέ,
Minister, Deputy Minister, Mrs. Koudoura, MEP, regional governors, mayors, deputy mayors, officers working in tourism, it is a great pleasure to be with you here today, this morning, to participate in this great event. And it has become established as an institution for Greek tourism. I would like to congratulate Next is Now, Dome Consulting, and of course Nikos Hatzinakolaou, who is behind all this endeavour, for his exceptional initiative to put on the table the matter of tourism. You know it well, ladies and gentlemen, tourism is not simply a successful sector for the Greek economy, but rather a strategic one for the future of the country. Tourism in Greece is not simply numbers, the arrivals, the overnight stays. It's a national affair. It's the manner in which Greece is opening itself to the world, the way that it actually puts itself forward, inspires and communicates. And it's also the way that thousands of families make a living, they live and they create in every corner of our nation. Permit me today not to speak as the Commissioner competent also for tourism, but as a Greek first and foremost. As a person who knows full well these years what tourism means for our people, for our neighbourhoods, for our local communities. Greece is one of the best-loved destinations worldwide. You don't need to hear it from me. It is amongst the top 10 of the countries worldwide and the first 5 within the EU. And that's not something that has come about by chance. They come for our light, our sea, our history, our culture, our people, our hospitality, a true smile. The feeling that they're not simply visitors to Greece, but rather that we extend a warm welcome and hospitality to them, because it's not simply a profession, it is a way of life. And every traveller who leaves Greece, they have, in fact, more than photos, they have a distinct experience, which is unique. This authentic experience that they take with them when they leave is also our major chapter. In recent years, Greek tourism has managed a lot. It managed to remain on its own 2 feet in difficult conditions, a crisis, the pandemic. It has generated jobs and it has supported the Greek economy. And it's bringing to Greece 123 million overnight stays. Revenues that exceeded 20 billion euros, more than 400,000 direct jobs, while its contribution to the Greek GDP is more than 20%, when, for Europe, the contribution of tourism to the GDP is 10%. We understand that we have in Greece one of the greatest shares of the GDP within Europe. that are brought by tourism. And we have people behind this, people working in hotels, the drivers, the professionals, the guides, because they are Greek tourism. And we need to speak clearly about their future, because people around us is changing, the world around us is changing, and tourism is becoming more competitive. Travellers today are, in fact, more aware than ever before. They are looking for quality, for originality, respect to the land that they are visiting. They want experiences that are meaningful. And we see that there are many destinations that rival for their visit more than ever before. So tourism is not something that is a given fact. You have to win it over time and again. And permit me to say that this is here where the great challenge for Greece lies. And I would say it's the major challenge for Europe. Continue developing without losing what makes us special. And Mr. Hadjinikolaou said this. And the objective is not to set a limit to tourism, but rather to share it better over time and in destinations and the local communities. Europe, ladies and gentlemen, as I have said, remains the top tourist destination worldwide. We might be the second smallest continent in the world, but we're a superpower when it comes to tourism. 2024 showed that there were more than 3 million overnight stays in Europe, 3 billion. Almost 40% of global arrivals is directed now to European countries, 40%. Tourism supports more than 20 million jobs with more than 4 million enterprises. As you understand, this is a key pillar for our regions, for municipalities, and I'm very pleased to see here today the regional governor of Attica and the mayor of Athens for our islands and for our rural areas. But let me say that the success also brings responsibilities, and the challenges become more frequent and more numerous. The climate crisis changes the way that we travel and how the various destinations operate. We need more resources, more staff, and specialized staff. International competition becomes, in fact, greater. The tourist streams in certain areas test the resilience of the local communities. Mr. Hadjinikolaou earlier correctly mentioned the issue of non-balanced tourist flows, and he framed it in the context of protecting the environment and the cultural heritage of a land. But if we don't do this, if we don't tackle this soon, we will face the development of a school of thought that's against tourism. This is going to create huge problems in the local communities. Revenues will be lost, and regions and countries will not be able to develop as much as they could. And while Europe is first worldwide, I'd like to give you the context so that you can understand that the figures that Europe is now achieving is not our ceiling. It's the foundations on which we need to build. The visitors to Europe each year that are coming from outside of the EU are only 20% of all visitors that we have within the EU. You understand that we don't have over-tourism or super-tourism. It is the poor balance of tourism that has to be tackled with. All of these challenges put the resilience of the local communities to the test. So that means that we need to work together and bring about a good strategy. That is why, in the Commission, we are preparing something that is historic. As you know, I am the first commissioner that is in charge of tourism in its history. And that is, in fact, a bad thing, because when we have a sector that contributes 10% of the GDP to the countries of the EU, and in some countries a lot more, the fact that it didn't have policy guidance, well, that was not a good thing. The fact that we now have the possibility to plan and to implement central policies for tourism on an EU-wide basis has, in fact, led us to decide to present the first single European strategy for tourism, a strategy which wants to give a new push to our competitiveness so that we don't lose our comparative edges, nor the figures that make us first worldwide, to support innovation, investments, and the transition that we need in society. And we will have organizations that are destination managers that need to not only push the tourism offering, but rather need to manage the flows. And we are going to give them data, which will help them, because without data, nobody can do this. We are going to protect our cultural heritage and our natural heritage. We're going to enhance the experience of the traveller in order to create a balanced and sustainable tourism model. This strategy is, in fact, going to take into account the local communities and the citizens, and it will start from their actual needs. That is why, in the entire period of time until that I've been a commissioner, I travelled throughout Europe to meet all the people and bodies working in tourism throughout Europe, so that together we could bring about this great policy that is going to be published in April 2026. And Greece will play a key role in this, not because the commissioner is Greek, but because Greece has played a very important role. It's done a lot of work. The present leadership of the Ministry of Tourism, and allow me to congratulate Mrs. Kefalogianni and Mrs. Karamanli, has in fact invested in the sustainable model, and that's why we're going to include Greece in this strategy. But also, thanks to its experience, Greece has vast experience and knowledge in tourism. It knows what it means in practice. Our key objectives in this strategy are clear-cut. First, quality tourism, competitive tourism. It generates value that invests in services, in skills, in innovation, and it respects the destination and the travellers, and it invests in human resources. Especially with respect to this, I'd like to say something that I was discussing previously with those who are currently undertaking such studies. We are working in order to create the first European Tourism Academy, a tool which will give to people working in tourism skills for the future. Not theoretical knowledge, but practical skills. Because this is missing today. A second objective, it is a tourism that is based in local communities and which leaves a footprint that creates jobs with prospects, that does not displace but incorporates. And that is why we will be able to manage the tourism flows, as we said that, and the management of tourism in order to have balanced tourism flows. So many places go untapped of equal beauty with those that are, in fact, promoted too much. And they could, in fact, be developed both in Greece and elsewhere. And the new European regulation, which is coming for short-term leases, which until now, unfortunately, had been left up to the member states to tackle alone. Well, this is now changing. There is a European strategy that will give to the member states tools that will regulate the matter of short-term leases. This is a tool that is going to allow the state to better understand the flows and the pressure. That is how we will make better decisions for all. A third objective, a tourism which is resilient, which can withstand change, that is adapting to an environment that is ever-changing. And I'm referring to the climate crisis and the fact that for us, for Greece, it's very important to tackle it in a timely manner because the Mediterranean is the area that is going to have the greatest number of repercussions from climate change, and it's doing so already. Ladies and gentlemen, tourism, as you understand, is not something that is abstract. It is not simply tables. It is also the adolescent or the young person who manages to remain in Greece because they will find a job. It is the enterprise that will remain open the year round and not only 5 months. It's local society that believes that it's engaged and it benefits because sustainable development does not pertain only the environment, quite the reverse. It also includes sustainability in the economy and in the society. These are the objectives that we need to set. And of course, when tourism happens correctly, it does not alter the identity of a land, it strengthens it. Greece needs to become something else in order to continue to play a starring role. It needs to protect and to invest in what it is. Hospitality, authenticity, and people at the centre. And I'm very pleased to see that the Ministry of Tourism is in this direction already working. So the state, the local communities, the local government and enterprises are working in the same direction. We can thus build tourism that does not exhaust but supports, does not tire but gives prospects, that does not divide but unites. This is the path that Greece deserves. This is the path that Europe deserves. And if you want, this is our own national affair. It's our joint future. I would like to assure you that as of April 2026, when we're going to actually publish our first single tourism strategy, we will be able, with the member states, to shape a sustainable tourism model for the countries of Europe and a strong tourism model for Greece. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank the Commissioner, Mr. Kostas, for the excellent address and for the honor he made us. I heard very good words from the Minister and the Commissioner. I share all these kind words with Mariana Piriotti because we started together 7 years ago. And since I see here Mrs. Kundura, an MEP and Vice President of the Committee in the European Parliament, that it was her who proposed this initiative. So now I call to the floor, since we pay a lot of attention to local government. Mariana Piriotti will moderate later a discussion, an open debate, where we will have almost all the regional governors of the country. But today, the address will be given by the regional governor of the biggest and the most powerful region of the country, Attica, and we will give the floor to Mr. Chardalias. Commissioner, Minister, Deputy Minister, Director General, Mayor, dear Nikos, dear Mariana, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues from the first and second instance of local government, it is my great pleasure and an honor to be here with you at a conference that has been established as an important institution for public debate for national tourism, which is the locomotive of Greek economy. This is a conference that is not restricted to presentations and figures, but raises the fundamental question: how we continue to build a sustainable and resilient tourism that supports social prosperity and promotes the better image of Greece. Besides, tourism is a crucial factor for national growth and the creation of quality jobs for the sustainable prosperity of our country. The direct contribution of tourism to the Greek economy was at 30.2 billion in 2024, which is 13% of the GDP. So every action on tourism is an action for the country, for Attica, for the citizens, especially if we take into account the contribution of Attica to the national economy. I recall that this is where half of the population lives. We have almost 40% of the Greek GDP. 43% of businesses have their headquarters here. It hosts the greatest part of international arrivals, and thousands of jobs are supported here. This creates, of course, a huge responsibility to ensure that growth is balanced, that the benefit is disseminated, and that local communities support and participate. 2024 was a year of high performance for Attica, with an increase of visitors, reinforcement of cruises, increase of overnight stays, and city break visitors. Piraeus develops into one of the most important hubs in the Mediterranean. Attica projects an image of a creative Attica. But tourism is not just economy, it is identity, culture, it is our daily life. Tourism is not just a multiplier, it is a lever for prosperity, for revenues, for supporting small and medium-sized enterprises and creation of jobs. So tourism is not just figures. Our minister said so, and our commissioner said so. We are talking about people who are behind hospitality, best service. We are talking about the professionals in culture, guides, people who want to stay, the young people who want to stay here and build their life. And of course, it is the inhabitants, the people who have a right to a beautiful, functional, and humane city. Because tourism is sustainable when the life of citizens improves together with the experience of the visitors. This is why the discussion on sustainability and over-tourism, this need for balancing the tourism dividend that the Commissioner said has to do with the quality of the city, the quality of services. It has to do with how growth is supported without exhausting the resources. And this has a huge importance in Attica. Attica is not just the historical center. Attica is a metropolitan area with many faces. We're talking about the coastline, we're talking about the islands, we're talking about the mountains, We're talking about Western Attica with its cultural and productive history, the contact with the sea, the land, the monuments of World Heritage together with modern areas. The modern urban fabric shows our tradition, and this is our strategic advantage. Attica is not just a destination, it is a residence, it is education, it is daily life. So tourism must reinforce this daily life and not pressure it. It has to serve the city and the citizens. It has to be based on cooperation and stability, and cooperation with the state, especially with the ministry, the line ministry, and dear Minister Kefalogiannis and her team, and with the professionals, is the basic foundation for tourism development of the area. Because, as the title says, tourism is a really national affair pertaining to economy, but also social prosperity, the way people live and the way they share their land with visitors. And it is a requirement for quality for the citizens and the visitors. Tourism requires open spaces, it requires cultural sites that are lively, and I cannot imagine something better than what we experienced last year. Two very important landmarks, especially for the period of Christmas, two public areas, Protergia Christmas Village in the Pedion του Άρεος and Christmas Park, spaces of meeting for older and younger, spaces that have become a point of reference for everyone and who are the absolute destinations for this Christmas. And they are based on other practices we have seen elsewhere. Upgrading infrastructure is not just for growth, it is a project for social cohesion for all. Attica is not monitoring developments, it has to co-shape them. And this is the strategy seen in the 280 projects that we announced a year ago, and we are struggling on a daily basis to put them underway and implement them. Interventions in every municipality, in every square, in every school and public infrastructure. We are upgrading infrastructures that are related directly or indirectly to tourism, the port network, bicycle routes, and at the same time we upgrade the quality of life of the Attica citizens. And there we have two major projects with direct reference to tourism, culture and extroversion all over Attica. It is the new Metropolitan Park in Phaleron Bay. This is a project that transforms 7.4 hectares in an area of culture and tourism, which reconnects the city with the sea. It upgrades the coastline front of Attica. It is modern, functional, and environmentally friendly. At the same time, we are trying also to transform the Taekwondo infrastructure to create a new concert and cultural center. And that was a request that finally comes into practice. A very modern area to host events, cultural events and concerts, upgrading the position of Attica and reinforcing the tourism product of the country. Of course, all these projects are not just fragmented interventions. They are part of a holistic strategy that puts the priority to linking tourism with daily life. It is a constant effort, a well-targeted one and concerted, which is part of the long-term strategy of the region of Attica that serves the citizen, the visitor, and the image of Attica. The region of Attica is the first Greek region that has put in place a destination management organization to co-shape the policy. This is a tool that gives us the opportunity to enhance tourism in a strategic way, not as a seasonal activity, but for every season of the year as a single destination for all ages and all forms of travel. And this strategy of cooperation paves the way. And we also participate in the major tourism fairs in London, Paris, Dubai, and others. And we have collaborations with international agencies, reinforcing the collaboration between the public and the private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, tourism is a force, but it becomes future when it is only for the common good. This is why it is a national affair, the affair for all of us. And in this effort, Attica is not just present, it is the it has the first role with cooperations that will be sustained and in faith that we move forward and only forward. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε τον Περιφερειάρχη, τον κύριο Νίκο Χαρδαλιά.
Thank you. Now I'd like to give the floor to Haris Doukas, the Mayor of Athens, for his short address.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ τον κύριο Χατζηνικολάου, την κυρία...
Thank you, Mr. Hatzinikolaou, Ms. Periotti, and everyone for organizing this important event. So, Mr. Tsikostas, the Commissioner, gave us the European issue, and the Minister talked about the national one. The regional governor talked about the regional one. So let me look at the local issue. Athens has changed. 2024, it welcomed 8 million tourists, and I think that it is close to 10 million this year, and we're a top destination, not a seasonal one, but a city that has tourism 12 months a year. Even now, we have a lot of hotels that are, if not fully booked, but have a lot of bookings. Even though Athens is amongst the top city destinations in Europe, the revenues that return to the city are almost zero. So that's a paradox. Two examples. Number one, the overnight stay. That means what the visitors actually pay for an overnight stay, even 10 euros per night for the five-star hotels. In Europe, they go to the cities. So for us, this was named resilience, and we have zero that comes to the cities. Now, with respect to 0.75%, which is a fee for those who are from outside the town. So that is how much a guest pays to the city of Athens. That's 50 cents. So that's for the entire stay. And as if that was not enough, the central administration is taking away critical tools such as the urban planning departments. And it's clear-cut. It is, in fact, the municipality that finances tourism and not the opposite. That means that it's not financed by tourism but gives money to it. What are the examples? We need to clean the city in conditions of 10 million plus the number of the permanent inhabitants, when the plan is only for the permanent inhabitants. We have to do maintenance on the green spaces and the roads, and this is not sustainable, because sustainable tourism should not be simply a motto, but it is in fact an approach that will bring Greece in the avant-garde and should make out of Greece a role model in terms of tourism. What must we do in order to keep quality very high? We have in fact the study for the capacity, and to see whether there's over-tourism in Greece. We're not Barcelona yet, but we have to, frozen short-term rentals in 3 communities, and we also have an observatory to see what is the oversaturation per neighbourhood. Let me say that it may appear that locking three communities in terms of short-term rentals is not enough. We need to go to the neighbourhoods, because there are certain neighbourhoods that are not oversaturated, whilst there are two communities, the 6th and 7th, with Kypseli, Platia Victorias and Abelokipi, which are really over capacity. So that means we need to freeze short-term rentals there also. I'd like to focus on something that's critical. In order for tourism to be sustainable, the inhabitants have to be pleased with it. But it is, in fact, rents which is a sore point. They have been up in 2025, up 20%, and by 90% the last 5 years, in conditions where high prices are a scourge and people are not able to make ends meet. So that means that we have to see, together with the government, how we will take advantage of the 100,000 closed houses in Athens. And so that means that there will be less pressure on rents, and we will enable more tourism if these 100,000 houses are brought back into the market. And what about the neighbourhood of the gods, as Plaka is known by tourism? Because this is protected by presidential decrees and there's a great amount of bypassing. You know, people want to see the Acropolis, what makes Athens unique all those years. And we've created an office in Plaka for this reason, to find a way about service apartments. We have to look at issues that have to do with the rooftops, and we have had a lot of mayors that have really struggled with this, as well as governments. We want to be a top and sustainable destination. We want to have top-notch events. We had the Conference League. We have the Europa Final Four this year in basket. We have the Olympic Games for the deaf. We have the Emmys, the semi-finals. So we want tourisms who have a good time, but the residents should also feel that they are living in a city that is humane, and good intentions are not enough. We need data in practice. We need a plan and trust to be placed in the local government. This is not just something that is true for Athens, but for Europe, because, yes, Europe is the top destination worldwide, and the cities play a very important role, but we see that the future of all European cities is that, together with the governments, to be able to address these challenges. Thank you so much.
We thank the Mayor, Mr. Harisdoukas. I would like to ask the Minister for Tourism, Mrs. Kefalogianni, to proceed to have a very interesting dialogue, I think. I hope you can hear me. Minister, I will start with the performance of Greek tourism in 2024-25. What does this performance mean in relation to the strategy implemented by the ministry and the targets set? Well, Mr. Hadjinikolaou will start at the right point. Performance is not accidental, it is a result of strategy. And we have to go back in time here to remember that the unseen and unheard of condition of the pandemic, found us all unprepared, unawares to face a closing down of tourism. And we had to think about how its destination, how we will open up, etc. Open up again, I mean. So here, Greece, under the personal initiative of the Prime Minister, Mr. Mitsotakis, Greece was among the countries who dared to open up in tourism with the health protocols, of course, and conditions to be respected by all visitors. And this is where we earned a big share of the market, not because we were the first ones to re-enter the area, but because we proved that we can do it with success and great safety. And this proved that we are a mature tourist destination. So difficulties prove whether you are a resilient destination and whether success is accidental or whether it is based on a right foundations. So this is how Greece got a boost. And in 2023, we had a record year for tourism. So in relation to 2019, in 2023, we had even better results than 2019. And these good results went on in 2024. And I want to delve on the revenues because 21.6 billion euros contribution to the GDP, of course, is a major boost to Greek economy. And we know very well how tourism, because it interacts with other sectors of the economy, but it has also other indirect benefits, it creates beneficial conditions for local communities, local societies. The fact that we see that 2025 we have had increased arrivals and increased revenues in the other months of the year. October, I think we will have the best October ever. So we don't just have the peak tourist time, but we have 12-month tourism, especially in Athens and Thessalonica. So we expect to be at 23.5 billion euros. Major increase compared to last year. But at this point, let me emphasize that this the higher increase is in income, in revenues, and not just arrivals. So we are winning the bet on quality growth of Greek tourism. We are already among the top 10 tourist destinations all over the world. What is the next day for Greek tourism? What are our objectives? What are we aiming at? As I told you, our strategy is quality growth, sustainable growth of tourism, resilience, competitiveness, but we also want moderation and balance. These are the two key words, because we have seen in other destinations that the phenomena of excessive pressure create negative reflexes to local communities. We don't want something like that in Greece. And we want tourism to be able to work for the benefit of local communities. And this is where the strategy of moderation and balance enters into play in the protection of natural and cultural resources. We want reinforcement of infrastructures. And of course, the experience of visitors has to be excellent, but at the same time, the experience of the hosts has to be good. So there is a very specific strategy that dictates that we have to expand the benefits of tourism in time and space. The Commissioner mentioned that as well in relation to the strategy of Europe. Yes, since we are starting about the European strategy, Greece participates very actively in international fora on tourism. And it is considered an example of tourist development. What are the positions that our country is putting forward, is promoting? in the context of world tourism and in the context of this European strategy on tourism that we heard by the Commissioner that it will be presented in 2026. We said that tourism is changing and Greece is a protagonist on a European level with the Commissioner, but also with the work done by the European Parliament. Mrs. Kundura is here and Mrs. Vosenberg will be so we have the president and the vice president of this committee. This is important. We have the persons who will be the agents, the bodies of the new strategy. So Greece, in this whole discussion and the presentation of the strategy, has a protagonist role. We are already working with the Commissioner because many of the policies and strategies adopted by Greece will be part of the European strategy for tourism. I will tell you one of our initiatives, which is the classification of hotels based on environmental criteria. That is, on how they manage energy, consumption of water, and waste management. So Greece, for the first time on a world scale, is establishing a classification system, a green system. Yes, exactly, a green classification system. So these initiatives have a real value on a European level. So these are among our proposals to the European Commissioner. But there I want to say that we insist that this strategy has to be linked with financial instruments. We're saying, and I think we're not the only ones as Greece, the only ones who have tourism as a sector that helps the economy. All European countries are based on tourism. And in Europe, it is the third biggest sector. But there was never a sectoral program for tourism. So this strategy has to be connected to financial instruments. And this strategy is related to green growth, to the social fund, because those who work in tourism are very numerous, and of course, digital transition. So all the pillars interesting to Europe are connected to tourism. So we have to be able to finance projects targeted on tourism. And let me finish on the World Organization. It is important that Greece participates in this fora on a global scale. We have managed to be again and first in votes in Europe. We represent Europe to the World Tourism Organization. We represent Europe there. And very recently, we had the newly elected General Secretary of the World Tourism Organization, Mrs. Alma Weiss, and we have discussed together a big project that we want to do as to how the World Tourism Organization can support something very important for Greece, the connection between culture and tourism. Now, AI and digitization. I come now to the major challenges for tourism. The upgrading of services provided through the new technologies will, of course, strengthen the competitiveness of the tourist product. And, of course, the bet is to put forward the authenticity of destinations, the reinforcement of infrastructures, and opening up to new markets. How are we going to respond? How is the ministry going to respond to this new era with the new major challenges? Well, let me tell you that this new era with AI, especially for tourism, it has to be an era where we should see it as a challenge and an opportunity, because it will change the way we organize traveling, the way we experience the destinations, and the way we remain connected to the destination even after our journey. So I see that as a very important tool for developing tourism. we are already financing projects through the RRF, the Resilience and Recovery Fund, for the digitization of tourism, to redesign the basic portal of the country, visit Greece.gr, so that the visitors can have a personalized profile. So they will be able to seek exactly and find what they want in Greece and be given the information in a very different way. It is a personalized approach, that's right. So this is a very important tool. The same thing we do with platforms of thematic forms of tourism, because in our strategy we have the enrichment of tourist offer. For the first time we have the development of mountainous tourism. Recently we have stipulated that the ski resorts can be operational 12 months a year. The same for marine tourism. I know you have a panel later on that includes diving tourism. And of course, a very important competitive advantage is the agri-food sector, where we will have a separate platform. So we use AI tools and digital technology tools to have a content that will create greater attractiveness for visitors. The same thing we are doing for mygreece.gr, which is the app, MAI Greece. It is the digital assistant of the visitor when they come. When they lose their passport or anything, you can go there and use these tools of AI. So I see AI as a tool, and this one was established with the Ministry of Digital Governance, of course. And I believe that tourism will always need the presence of someone in a destination. This will not change. Even if we have virtual reality, and even if virtual reality, yes, you always want a real human smile. And this is why we shouldn't forget that the human element of tourism will always remain here. Since we're talking about the human element, I think a crucial, important issue in order to improve the quality of Greek tourism is to upgrade tourist education, tourism education and training. Do you have any plan? Yes, this is part of one of the pillars of our strategy. The human resources in tourism need to be reinforced, and we start with tourism education. And we have here students from various tourism schools, and I'm very happy to see young people eager to learn, eager to acquire the skills required to work in the sector of tourism. You know that these young people will be the ambassadors of Greek tourism, because the visitors, through the smiles and through the quality, the experience of this quality service, will make us already not just among the top destinations due to the landscape, etc., but mainly thanks to the quality of hospitality and quality of services. So for us, and the Deputy Minister, Mrs. Karamanli, who is responsible, the main priority is to upgrade tourism education. We have an academic corridor. That is, our graduates can continue their studies in university departments if they wish to acquire more knowledge and skills. So this is for the first time. For the first time also, we have permanent teaching personnel. This has always been an issue for the ministry. A very important reform will take place with the tourism schools who have the license to build a hotel. And with the joint ministerial decision, we can enhance this with a PPP Therefore, we will upgrade the infrastructure, but always keeping the educational schools as public schools. Nothing will change in the public character of the schools, but we will be able to have this model in operation, that is, to have a hotel next to the tourism school, so that students are able to have their practice in the hotel. You give me the opportunity to proceed to investments. What are the tourism investments that you are putting forward? Well, you know that investments in tourism is the main thing. I'm not talking about public investments in the destinations. This is an element that we need to see overall, because we see a lot of destinations where basic infrastructures are missing, are lacking. And of course, this is not under the responsibility of the Ministry of Tourism, but I have to mention it. The mayor of Athens said so, and I have to say that I agree on certain points with him, because the value plus of tourism has to go back to the society, but it has to go back to the municipalities. For instance, the resilience fee for cruises, it has been provided that it will go back to the municipalities, to local societies, 1/3 that is. It goes back to the Ministry of Merchant Marine, Ministry of Shipping, and to the Ministry of Tourism. So we need to have greater paying back of this to local societies. However, the issue of private investments is very, very important. And in my previous term, we had put as an objective to create new tourism products that will attract investments. And that was very important. What was very important was that we established the one-stop shop in the ministry. A point where the investors can be served. And we have also new tourism destinations through the condo hotels legislation. For instance, the former Hilton, now it becomes the Elysian. And we have this complex tourist accommodation, which is hotel accommodation and infrastructure. So we need the support of legislation in order to be updated. We have done this with glamping. We have established the requirements, the specifications, and I think it is a very interesting product for the future. But we have to be cautious as to how we enhance the natural environment, and mild infrastructures is the best. Other new markets where Greece can target as a tourist destination, and which are those? As the Commissioner said, Europe is exchanging visitors. Our greatest markets are within Europe, within the EU or the UK. The greatest tourist market is UK, Germany, France, Italy, and fifth, very important market is the US market, with a major increase in the last years. And there we see how it contributes to the increase of revenues, but it is a market that is of major interest. For the first time, we had, in 2025, 103 flights directly from the US. For the first time, we had a direct flight from LA to Greece. In 2026, we know that there will be a direct flight from Dallas, and we aim at having LA Athens to continue, because We are interested in markets with high value, not to see just one side, to see, for instance, the eastern side, but also the western coast, not just the eastern coast. So we will have more tourists, given the fact that there will be the Olympics there, so we can also take advantage of this fact to promote Greece. We are also looking towards Asia with important markets such as Korea, South Korea. We shouldn't forget that South Koreans do not require a visa to come to Europe. So we aim at having a direct flight connection that will increase the visitors. And, of course, India. On the 23rd of January, we will have a first direct flight. And Aegean will start in the first quarter of 2026 to have a direct flight with India. So for us, the major bet is to open up this huge market of India. And, of course, the Arabian Peninsula, which is always interesting, and where we are aiming at having a presence through the National Tourism Organization. I am concluding with culture and tourism. What is the role of cultural tourism to support the authenticity of the visitor's experience? We shouldn't forget that culture is our identity. And one of the main reasons that Greece is known is the cultural legacy. I'm not talking about just archaeology, I'm talking about modern culture, etc., traditions, etc., etc. So it is the thing that has the greatest importance in order for us to remain an authentic destination. But it requires greater emphasis on how we combine culture with tourism. And this is why I told you that our first strategy and strategic collaboration with the World Tourism Organization is in the direction of developing cultural tourism, focusing on how Greece can further develop its cultural heritage. We thank very warmly the Minister, Mrs. Kefalogianni. Now I will call the financial editor of Real News, Dimitris Christoulias, to take us to the next panel, Shaping the Product of Tomorrow, Investments, Strategic Infrastructures, and the Dynamics of Thematic Tourism.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome you. Thank you for being with us. And now let us go to a discussion, which I hope will be a lively debate, and we'll look at matters that have to do with tourism. I don't know if we've got all the chairs we need.
Η κυρία Βασιλική Κουτσούκου, Γενική Γραμματέας Τουριστικής, Πολιτιστικής και Ανάπτυξης του Υπουργείου Τουρισμού.
Mrs. Kutsoukou, it's General Secretary of the Tourism Policy and Development. Mr. Iraklis Tsitlakidis, he's the president of the Pieria Association of Hotels and second vice president of the Pan-Hellenic Hotels Federation. Yorgos Vernikos, General Secretary of SETE, Mr. Vlachopoulos, Head of Large Corporate and Wholesale Products at Piraeus Group, and Stefanos Matakis at Segas, and who is the person responsible for the starting point of the authentic Marathon of Athens.
Λοιπόν, πριν ξεκινήσουμε, θα ήθελα να σας πω το εξής.
Before we kick off, let us say the following. Our panelists are going to accept questions at the end of the discussion from anybody who cares to put a question. We are here with our guests in order to respond. Also, I would like to remind you that the proceedings of the conference are being transmitted live from tourismnow.gr, from eliniko.gr, from real.gr, from economia.gr, and there are regular references in Real FM 97.8. I think we're ready to kick off. Thank you very much. What I normally say is that we don't need too much protocol in a live discussion, but I would like us to keep an eye on the time because we have 45 to 50 minutes at our disposal to respond to the greatest number of questions. And I have to start from our lady. Ladies first. It's very good to have you with us, Mrs. Koutsoukou. Let's get to the nitty-gritty. Tourism and investments in tourism and its infrastructure. What is the policy of the Ministry of Tourism in these two directions? Well, good day. I'd like to thank you for the invitation and all the participating panelists. In recent years, the performance of Greek tourism, which have been top-notch, have gone hand in hand with major investments in Greece. In recent times, from the information that we have double the number of five-star hotels throughout Greece, and that is, in fact, a qualitative matter. We have more than 800 five-star hotels compared to 400 a few years ago. Of course, we note that there is appetite by investors and rather advanced investments in destinations that we do not expect. Amongst the lesser-known ones, not the top-notch ones, not the top brands, from very important international groups in hospitality. This is also a matter that denotes quality. Now, of course, tourism investments have to, in fact, follow the strategy that is set by the Ministry of Tourism, which wants a balanced tourism development, and that is our wager in order to share out visitors that have to go hand in hand with investors' appetite, so as to develop the lesser-known destinations, or lesser-known so far. So that's one element that has to do with hospitality, and we know that the urban plan for tourism will play a great role, which is separated into various zones. We will see exactly the grading of these zones depending on the development that has been witnessed so far, and we'll see what the other investors would like to do in the lesser-known areas, which are in fact the zones that are developing and haven't been developed yet. Now, investments in infrastructure, very important indeed. When it comes to the Ministry of Tourism, there are indeed certain hundreds of millions that have been earmarked for investment infrastructure, such as marinas, and the network of the marinas is shown in the special urban plan, and the coastal zones in which such networks can be created on the basis of the existing marinas or other such investments, and we want to guide the investors to make investments in those areas. And we also have the geographical advantage of proximity. So there might be a marina at a certain point, and it might not exist in the coastal area. And we can create other marinas in order to create a network, and we can, in fact, create a network of destinations. So that's where we channeled the greatest part of the funds from the European funds. We also assisted ski resorts, the healing waters, spas, beaches. There's great investment interest there. A lot of the municipalities have been submitting investment plans. That's all so far. Okay, that's excellent. Let's go to the next panelist, Mr. Tsitlakidis. What about thematic tourism? Can you tell us which are the categories of thematic tourism where you have greater dynamics? If your microphone does not work, then you can take mine. It seems to be working. Good. Let me start by saying a good day to all. I would like to congratulate Mr. Hatzinikolaou and Mrs. Spirioti for this excellent event. I think that we really have to focus on how to shape tourism, the tourism offering today and tomorrow. It is a very important topic. It's a critical question, but it's also an opportunity. All of these years, Greek tourism, rightly so, was supported on the model sun and sea. This has given us, in fact, a great boost. And it also allowed us to showcase how unique we are and how unique our cultural heritage is in the global village. And we see what we're experiencing even to date, whereby tourism is the heavy industry of the national economy, even though I'm not so fond of this expression. There are various speeds. They also have to do with the climate variations in various destinations on a national scale. We are looking for sustainability, and that has to do with the rationalized management of the infrastructure, both private and other. This includes hotels. So this can mean that tomorrow we will consider tourism not simply as a seasonal or summer activity, but to have the 365 model, which must be based on thematic tourism. I'd like to note that this actually goes beyond what was designated as alternative, and it has structural features with which it endows the Greek tourism offering. That is sports, religious, culinary, wine tasting, hiking. Yes, all of which are not seasonal and not connected simply to the sea or to this peak that we have in terms of seasonality. We talked about over-tourism, but that might be the 7 or 8 cruise boats in a known insular destination. But in Beria, which has 70 kilometers of beaches, I think it's a bit excessive to talk about the over-tourism and the capacity of the area. So these thematic areas can help us to better rationally use the existing resources and to bring about the benefits to the local communities, both in terms of employment and revenue. That is what we want. And this is what we want for Greek tourism tomorrow. One more point. So we also have the experience of the local resident that will be able to have a taste of the local culinary delights, as if they were a local resident. Now, let us go to Mr. Vlachopoulos. Investment without financing is impossible. Are Greek banks willing, and specifically the Piraeus Bank, are they willing to actually finance these investments? So what are the proposals you have for this purpose? Thank you, Mr. Christoulias. There can be no doubt about it. The Greek banks are indeed willing. And I believe that in the last 4 years, they have shown this. But beyond being willing, they have to be able. And this is based on 3 characteristics. First, where is Greece at the moment? It has more than 2% growth rates, and the forecast for 2026 on the basis of the budget is that it will go to about 2.4%. That means that the quality characteristics of Greece in terms of the budget are exceptional. And the other is the banking sector per se. Where are we? 10 years ago, we had issues of liquidity, issues in terms of capital adequacy of the banks, and we had the non-performing loans, which is about 50% of loans. So we see that there is a completely different overview. The Greek banks, especially the systemic ones, in the first 9 months of 2025 have shown about 3.8 billion in profitability. They have a high capital adequacy, while they also have a very important liquidity. Let me say about Piraeus Bank. In the first 9 months, we have, as a bank, we have increased the portfolio. That means that we've given new loans by 3.1 billion. So we have, in fact, a liquidity which is more than 25 billion, and we have savings of 67%, an NPE ratio, which is the non-performing exposures over the whole portfolio, which is under 2.5%. So the third element that the banks look at in order to finance are the characteristic of the sector. The sector indirectly gives more than 28% of the GDP of Greece. That is, in fact, considered to be one of the locomotive forces of the Greek economy. We've heard various characteristics, but let us see what is the possibility of creating an ecosystem that will be based on infrastructure. But in all of this, we see that the RRF has greatly helped. Let me say that the Piraeus Bank has, in fact, financed about 8 billion in investments through the RRF, 2 billion of which are in hospitality, tourism that is. So, I'd like to close by saying that the Greek banks are willing and able and prove this. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vlachopoulos. Let me go to Mr. Yorgos Vernikos.
Mr. Vernikos, can you please tell us, is there a plan for the day after for tourism, and what should we do right away? Well, there are plans. We need to have our mind focused, and we need to face reality. Listening to the first speakers and the minister and the regional governor and the commissioner, I think we see eye to eye. If we have gained something as regards tourism, is that we know now what is the importance of tourism, how it should be related to culture, environment, local productivity, experience, and the identity of destinations. We have gained the ideology of tourism, so we need to go on to the next stage and see how we implement all this, how we put it in place. We know that tourism is the greatest advantage of our country. How can we do this more sustainable, more resilient, and how it will support the income of Greeks and how it will support society at large? When you talk to a large audience, you know, it is important whether you are just informing, whether you are claiming, etc. We, as SETE, the Association of Greek Tourist Enterprises, we wanted to reinforce quality, competitiveness. We want to represent all businessmen, small and big ones, and we want to represent all areas or regions of Greece, each one with their particularities. And it is not accidental that although there is a feeling that tourism is doing very well, there are many businessmen in tourism who are suffocating from reality. What is the reality? The reality is that tourism is facing a series of problems. It is facing an asymmetrical attack on the importance of tourism itself. It is facing misinformation or disinformation, and it is facing bureaucracy, as we know, overlapping of competences, lack of rule of law. This creates a lot of problems to many businesses, especially SMEs, which have a difficulty usually to respond to the requirements. I want to clarify some things. It is one thing to talk about tourism, another thing to talk about spatial planning, a third thing to talk about the problems faced with construction, another thing to talk about human lives. To make my approach more holistic, I have to say that tourism is facing long-term challenges such as climate change, demographic shift, migration, accommodation issues with short-term rentals, labor issues that require a very serious discussion. I feel there is some complacency because we did well in the recent years. So there is some complacency today which does not allow for a more deep dialogue on the various topics that should be discussed. And this is, I will repeat something. The main principle should be that what we do well, we should do it better. Is it easy? No, it is not easy, because there are controversial issues in society. Development and environment, sometimes it is difficult to strike a balance. And since tourism is doing well, it is questioned. Many people are questioning the fact that tourism contributes and helps agriculture and industrial production, etc. We need to express all this, and we need to point out all this. It is also very important to distinguish between different regions, different areas. I see Mr. Hadjimarkou, the regional governor, who is waging his own battles. The deputy regional governor. I want also to salute Mrs. Elena Koundoura, who has been a minister for tourism and who is an MEP. I will come back to you, Mr. Vernikos. Let us now give the floor to Mr. Matakis, who I want to tell you, Mr. Matakis, the real marathon, because I have participated sometimes these last few years, contributes, I think, significantly to the advertising of the country and the tourist product. Can you please talk about it? Good morning, everyone. As representative of the Hellenic Federation of Sport, I would like to salute Elena Koundoura and Anna Karamanli, who have been members of Greek sport in the past. And I want to thank them because with their presence in what is happening in the country, they have made us proud. As regards the real marathon, it is a world event. It takes place in November each time. This year we had the great pleasure to have 74,000 participants in all the events, in the marathon, the 5 kilometers, the 10 kilometers, the kids marathon. May I ask you, what was the participation of foreigners? We had 142 states which participated, and more than 25,000 athletes from foreign states. But the most important thing of all this is that all these runners come with their families, 2 or 3 people together usually, and they arrive 4 or 5 days beforehand. So this contributes a lot. Their stays, the services they ask for, catering, hotels, restaurants, etc., the shops they visit. And this whole package of sport tourism that we are offering through the Real Marathon, based on various studies and statistics, they have contributed this year to the Attica region community 55 to 60 million euros in these 2 days. Yes, it is very important for us because we are also reinforcing the notion of tourism that has also cultural tourism. All these foreign runners come to experience, to see the marathon tomb, to learn about Philippidis' feat, to see the Panathinaikon Stadium where we had the first Olympic Games organized. If you see the whole duration from Saturday morning when they arrive at the marathon tomb until Sunday night where the last runner finishes, this whole experience of the event is the best art for our country. Do you have a picture for the Real Marathon of 2026? Will we do even better? Yes, we do. And we have an objective and we have the will to raise the numbers even more. Of course, the state has to contribute. It always does with the infrastructure and the support in the starting line, because the starting line is on the Panathinaikon in marathon, and the finish line is in Panathinaikon. We're talking about 25,000 runners. So we will start our training right away in order to be able to participate, says the moderator. comment off the microphone, unfortunately. The question by Mrs. Piriotti was very important. It is very important what you say, and we are in contact with the regional governor, Mr. Hardelias, and the mayors along the way of the marathon course. And we have been reassured that next November we will be at a very good level to welcome our runners. Right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Matakis. I will come back to you. Mrs. Koutsoukou, shall we talk about mountainous destinations and what you are doing about them as a ministry? Yes. Well, mountainous destinations, it is a strategic policy, strategic priority of the government to support this mountainous feature. That's first point. Second point, this strategy to disseminate visitors in time and space, of course, favors the development of mountainous destinations more than it did so far. And, of course, we're talking about more destinations than the ones we all know. Moreover, it is a fact that climate change helps a lot towards this direction, in the sense that the duration of visiting time is longer. And the visitors, apart from summer months or spring months, the visitors will look for a less known destination. The destinations today, the mountainous ones, have become summer ones. Yes, the mountainous ones will become summer destinations, and they will opt for mountainous destinations for their summer holidays. But what we want is balanced growth, balanced development. What we do about that? There is a strategy that is adopted by the Ministry of Tourism to support mountainous destinations. This year, in January, we have passed legislation for the 12-month operation of ski resorts and ski lifts, and we have also passed a law for the development of other activities apart from ski resorts. So this means that ski resorts can become attraction poles throughout the year. Moreover, we create new tourist products. We have stipulated for a new tourist product, sustainable mountainous destination tourism, which is another center where we can have a combination between a main accommodation, which includes glamping, that has been legislated recently. These are accommodations of mild growth because they are to be found within forests. And of course, we will also use already existing mountainous refuges that are within the ski resorts. All these can be combined, and of course the law was based on the already existing buildings in the ski resorts. And finally, the program Tourism for All, which is aiming at reinforcing internal domestic tourism, 25 million was dedicated to that. We had two lotteries. The first one was for the mountainous and lateral, as we call them, months. That is, we strengthened more with more incentives, because the amount that is given is an incentive. It was 600 euros for people with disabilities, for mountainous destinations that they would wish to visit during winter months. And of course, with a focused promotion for these destinations by the Ministry of Tourism in the context of this program and by the national tourism organization. We have the president here, where they also place the emphasis to promote the mountainous feature. It is true that our country has hidden gems in mountainous destinations, and we need to support them with all our forces. Now, let me go back again to Mr. Tsitlakidis. What are the reforms that are required immediately by the state? What are the improvements that need to be done on an institutional level and infrastructures in order to have even greater investments in tourism? One or two things that you consider as important that require to be done immediately, either concerning funding, combating bureaucracy, etc., for the infrastructures of the country. Well, tourism means synergies. Synergy or partnership between the public and the private sector to go together with an organized plan for infrastructures. This is something that, after, of course, consultation and discussion, etc., this is one of the topics that can be an important, crucial factor for the future of Greek tourism. Now, as to where we could and should invest is in critical infrastructures, roads, railways, airports, digital transformation, digital energy, retraining or upskilling of and reskilling of human resources. Those who work in Greek tourism are the face of Greek hospitality. So all these are things that we want to achieve to secure the future of Greek tourism. All this has to be done based on a plan. All this has to be done thinking about sustainability. Of course, we need to have infrastructures that have a future, that can be used after their use for local communities. Thank you very much. Mr. Vlachopoulos, I come back to you. I have two or three things to ask you, but I think I will restrain myself on asking the following. What are the main trends that you see in tourism and how these are translated into requests for funding? Thank you. I will start with a reference, some references made by the minister already. The minister talked about digitization. She talked about the green ranking. So a classification on how sustainable an accommodation is, I would summarize this as USD, upscaling sustainable digitalization or digitization. We'll start with the first one. We have seen these last few years that the greatest part of investments aims at upscaling the product, upgrading. We're seeing major investments in five-star hotels, either greenfield, that is, hotels that are built from scratch, or investments where there is an existing asset, and with this investment, this asset is upscaled, upgraded. I think the country right now, in 2025, if I remember the figures correctly, we are talking about 6 billion in investments in tourism. 6 billion was in 2025, and we need those investments very much. The second point has to do with the resilience model. And here lies a major responsibility of the banks, which has to do with what they finance. We are not in the model of financing investments that do not have a negative impact on the environment and the society. Where we have moved to investments to financing that have a positive impact on local communities, local societies. This is the major change. If we combine this with the fact with how in a financing model you cater for climate change, I think this changes a lot on the trends on tourism and how banks behave in relation to that. A parenthesis here. We, as Piraeus Bank, already from 2017, we have included in our risk analysis models a model of assessing climate change. We call it ESMS, which measures exactly what is the impact of climate change on a financing. The third point is digitization. It was mentioned extensively before. I think this could change the tourist product in two ways. The first is that it can be more effective and more efficient how hotels operate and the tourist product is behaving. And the second is that it can change the country's promotion to the rest of the planet. We see quite often that there are areas in the world, you see them how they are presented, but when you get there, they are not so beautiful. Greece has the opposite feature. It has so beautiful places that can be promoted through the digital world. Thank you very much. Let me go now back to Mr. Georgos Vernikos. Since 1992, where the Association of Greek Tourist Enterprises was established, Mr. Vernikos, what has changed, both for the businesses dealing in tourism and the visitors who come to our country? We are all ears. Many things have changed. Of course, let's remember the song that everything changes around us, but everything remains the same. Yes, indeed, we have taken great leaps forward. We have managed to be internationally one of the most recognizable tourist brands, and tourism has gained a lot. The society has accepted the notion of tourism. Approximately 85% of Greeks accept the importance of tourism today, despite the asymmetrical questioning that exists. I don't know why this exists, because when something goes well, people nag that you should stop, or because they see it as competitors. I don't know. I don't really know. But we have gained a lot. It is our obligation as an association to have the right communication with the society and to have consensus among the political parties. I believe that our theory has received the consensus of all parties, and this is very important. We said before that there are many challenges ahead. For anything, you could say, well, thank God it's going, but problems are accumulating and the bar is raised. You have to adjust to new eras. We're talking about AI now, about digitization. We're talking about sustainable growth, identity of destinations, the demographic issues that exist, the issues of migration. It is not easy. This is why we need to have a consensus and also be able to discuss. It is important with whom we discussed. As Greeks, we have learned to speak but not to listen. And when we're talking about discussion and consensus, I think we have to take many steps as Greeks. We are lagging behind on that. On the most urgent issues, I would include the spatial planning issues. They are delaying excessively things that shouldn't be delayed. I guess that in the effort to satisfy all requirements, elementary things do not go on. For instance, the roads. And these delays create unclarities that affects investments. the banks are also facing delays, and on the daily life scale, bureaucracy and lack of communication are very, very unfavorable. And many professionals have either to go illegal or to die. We are saying that tourism is doing very well, but there we have the risk of complacency. Because we're doing well, you do not realize the challenges. We do not realize our obligation to preserve this. New notions come into play. We're talking about carrying capacity, etc. I think that the regional governors know about those. These are difficult discussions. To give you a very short example, I was thinking about it this morning. When you raise issues of sustainability and life of the citizens and demographic issues, how important is it for a society that is doing well to keep their children there, to young people need to find accommodation, need to find a good job, they need to maintain, to preserve the character of their region. So all these are open issues. And this is why conferences are held. And I would like to thank the organizers for their invitation on this occasion. Yes, thank you very much. We will conclude with the cycle of questions with Mr. Matakis. Can you please tell us, Mr. Matakis, what is your assessment, your estimate for the course of athletic or sport tourism for the coming years? Well, as regards sport tourism, I think we have a lot of challenges ahead. Sport tourism has taken a great share of tourism in Greece. I believe that apart from the authentic marathon, which is the locomotive of sport tourism, but also in the other sports, sailing, marine sports, winter sports. I was lately in Karpenis in the ski resort, and the hotels have had a lot of cancelling due to the agriculturists, the farmers' manifestations. They had some activities, mountainous running, etc. And approximately around 2,500 visitors went there, despite the difficulties. They went there for this event. I believe we have a lot of advantages, and we can develop a lot of things with the collaboration of local governments, of course. Yes, absolutely. Local governments, together with the federations, sports federations, and together with the Ministry for Sport, we can take this forward. I think it is a triptych that we have to pay attention to. Support from all these bodies, services that have to be provided by specialized personnel and which have to be of even a higher level. I'm talking about sport always, sport events, and infrastructures that need to be improved considerably in order for us to face this challenge of the future, which is called sport tourism. Thank you very much. All of you remain at your seats, because now we will give the floor to you, ladies and gentlemen, to ask questions, if you wish, to Mrs. Koutsoukou or to the gentleman, if you have any question. We have 1 minute and 46 seconds for questions. Right, there is no question, so it was so crystal clear. Please use a microphone. Yes, there is a microphone coming to you. Good afternoon. The question I have, please give your name. You are from the Metropolitan School. My name is Nikolos Perdikoulis, and my question is, how can we promote mountainous destinations which are not so well known and which do not have a ski resort? Yes, thank you very much for this question. Mrs. Koutsoukou or any of the gentlemen would like to answer? Good afternoon. Well, there are ski resorts in Greece, in several areas of continental Greece, not the islands, of course. There are ski resorts. And in some of those, resources have been invested, 45 million euros, in order to upgrade the ski lifts and other installations and infrastructures, in order for them to be modernized. Especially talking about the RRF, this 45 million, when the structuring of the RRF was done, no one would expect that there would be so much demand for ski resorts and so many investment plans would be submitted. All ski resorts submitted an application, but unfortunately the budget was not enough to cover all the demands. This funding of ski resorts is not over with the RRF. There are other financial instruments. Since the applications are more mature, there is greater maturity and capacity to finance specific projects for upgrading ski resorts. First point. Second point, the fact that these ski resorts will be in operation throughout the year, this creates a pole of attraction at a great radius, a great distance from a mountainous destination. It is not just the ski resorts. They act as poles of attraction. And regarding promotion, I said that already last year, but especially this year, promotion is reinforced and more targeted. We have promoted areas, even in northern Greece, in Drama. People did not know that there was a ski resort there. Mr. Tsitlakidis will take the floor for 1 minute. Well, abusing of the time that is available, what I would like to say is that we, as the Pan-Hellenic Federation of Hotel Owners, together with the Ministry of Tourism, we had implemented the campaign Greece Has a Winter, and we presented that in ETV and in various other areas. Moreover, what we proposed and was implemented was the lengthening of the social tourism programs, which used to end at the end of September or October. Right now, they are all year long, together with the public employment service programs. And since with climate change, snowfall is an issue, we can use ski resorts as experiential parks for alternative forms of tourism. That was very, very in brief. There is another question? Yes. We will take this question. Please state your name. Hello, my name is Samir Zek, and I'm from the Metropolitan College. My question is the following. As Mr. Vernikos said, there are many problems in tourism enterprises. What are the measures to face these problems in order to extend the longevity, the sustainability of these businesses? Mrs. Koutsoukou or Mr. Vernikos? Mr. Vernikos, yes. There are topics or issues more difficult and others less difficult. Space planning, legal certainty, and bureaucracy. These are the main ones. Then, in each area, in each enterprise, you can go more in detail. And I am just stressing the need to discuss trying to understand the other person. Thank you very much. One more question? Yes, we are all ears. Good afternoon. Maria Lifraghi, owner of Signature Travel, and I would like to ask a question as travel operator, because we heard a lot about thematic tourism, sport tourism, and the beautiful programs of social tourism, but I would like to know, as a professional, whether the travel operators can participate in those, because we started the program Tourism for All, but finally, suddenly we were put out of it. We are a link of this chain, and we want to know whether we have the possibility to be also participating in the organization and to participate. Mrs. Koutsoukou, what I would like to say is that so far in Tourism for All, the program which is under the responsibility of Ministry for Tourism, maybe in the DIPA, the Public Employment Service on Social Tourism, the beneficiaries are directly the citizens with their TIN numbers, the tax identification number, and the only thing we do with the voucher is that they can use them in any hotel or accommodation facility in the country. Most probably you are referring to social programs, the Public Employment Service program, on which I cannot answer, unfortunately. We can have a contact with the ministry, the competent ministry, and see about that. Okay. Mrs. Piriotti. Mrs. Piriotti will moderate the next panel. Let's take a family picture.
Ωραία. Είμαστε εντελώς εκτός χρόνου. Κατά συνέπεια θα προσπαθήσουμε να συμπτύξουμε.
Well, we're very much behind time. Let's see if we can actually catch up.
Καλό θα ήταν να έχουμε, επειδή το επόμενο πάνελ είναι ακαδημαϊκή κοινότητα και ιδιωτικός τομέας.
Well, we're going to look at academia and the private sector in order to look at resilience in tourism. I think that it would be good, the academia side that has, in fact, a presentation, and I think that he should make his presentation so that the rest of them can see it, and then we'll have the panel come up to talk about the private sector, because without the private sector nothing can happen. Please come, Mr. Varelas, so we can have your presentation.
Καλησπέρα και από εμένα. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την τιμητική πρόσκληση. Πολύ γρήγορα.
Oh, very fast. On the context we're talking about infrastructure and how infrastructure have to do with tourism flows and other tourism-related matters, I'd like to say that we want to see what the guests want to see. They don't want to see if you're friendly to the environment or how you try to enhance it, improve it. Let me show you some slides that we did from a study of the carrying capacity for Athens. This has become an observatory for Athens. And you'll see how a university can create data which, as real-time data, can help the community and the destinations. Let's look at the long-term lease and residences, and let's see what the short-term leases look like, Airbnb, etc. And you see the dissemination north and south, and what happens in Plaka, and where there is, in fact, commercial uses which did not have, in fact, the possibility for residential leasing. But now we have higher rents and social problems, and we have to find a way to resolve these matters. The president of the hoteliers said that we shouldn't become Barcelona. We don't want to only have hotels in Athens. Now, you see how we have this dissemination northwards and southwards in terms of short-term leases, and a set of studies to this is the carrying capacity study. What is the dead point where the tourism undertakings or business might have a negative impact? And here we looked at what's happening per neighbourhood. You have a different set of data if you look at it at a regional unit level, the so-called prefectures, and it's different when you see it on a municipality level, and it's different when you see what is happening at a neighbourhood level. You see the rooms, the beds, and when we have indicators of tourism concentration, indicators per area. The same holds true for the waste, and we see that we have as an objective 365. So this is in fact a destination, how it accepts pressure all the time with respect to waste. And this is also true for the islands, even more so for that matter. Then water, you see the same as for waste in terms of water consumption. You see areas that used to be industrial areas and became Airbnb. This needs, in fact, waste and sewerage management. So tourism is a matter of metrics and of infrastructure. Whatever cannot be measured cannot be handled. Power consumption. These are also indicators of WTO, World Tourism Organization, about the axes that we measure. Power, consumption, and difficulties that we have. With power outages, the various islands that have the use of power for water, and that has to do with the reality on the ground for the regional governors, etc. And we have a map of saturation for both short and long-term leases, and we looked at the resident sentiment analysis. What do the citizens believe? We performed our research and we did our survey through artificial intelligence, and we saw what the visitor believes for the destination, where there's a greater peak, because the visitors are not interested in over concentration. All of these are data where a university, together with the community, can create a consortium, and we can have real-time data so that we can measure and to have strategies at real time and to reach decisions. That's all from me.
Δεν αργήσατε καθόλου. Καθίστε παρακαλώ και θα ήθελα...
Well, you were very much within your time, so now that we've seen this presentation of Mr. Varilakis, I would like to invite the head of structured finance of CAB of Eurobank, Mr. Venetsianos, the general manager for growth of Fraport Greece, Yorgos Vilos, director network planning and airline partnerships of Aegean, Mr. Ioannis Rasoglu, and real estate manager of Proteria, Mr. Παρασκευάς Παναγιωτίδης.
Λοιπόν, μια που ακούγομαι, επαναλαμβάνω ότι στο...
Now that you can hear me, at the end we'll be taking questions. The cycle of questions will start where the presentation left off. So I believe that per force I have to start with what we call infrastructure, because we see that many things are contained there for sustainable tourism. I will start from you, Mr. Panagiotidis. I would like to say that the professor showed specific examples, mainly in terms of saturated areas or those who have very high numbers of visits, such as Athens. But when we have to look at sustainability and resilience, we have to start from something. What is the first thing we should do so that the ecosystem can start from infrastructure to hospitality to work with the fewest possible problems and with greatest resilience? Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. I listened carefully to your question, and I must say it's really very to the point. The first thing that we need to do is to have a clear-cut picture to see what is happening in terms of energy, real-time data that will populate this. An energy audit is like a medical checkup for a person. A company must undergo an energy audit in order to have activities that will help sustainability without, in fact, depending on instinct, but real data. What is key is to understand, first and foremost, how energy is distributed and consumed, and how this consumption is connected with operation. We all have the sense that tourist undertakings are very energy intensive. Airports and the accommodation actually require a lot of energy. How can we minimize that, and how can we ensure that this is through cleaner energy, RES, other systems, so that we can discuss this? This is correct. They are power intensive, which is why we propose solutions. I believe that certain smaller ones might find it difficult to undertake projects that will minimize energy consumption because they consider them to be energy intensive, but we don't have solutions for all. We have scalable solutions, and we address all the needs, smaller or larger. So most of the businesses operating in tourism are SMEs. This is good because this makes them more authentic, but it's not so good when it comes to financing the investments. Money that can be found by one of the major hotels that can find the funds to do this in terms of infrastructure. We've taken this into account. There are actions and projects that can be undertaken that have a low cost, and very soon they will, in fact, have a return on investment. They will do away with the waste of energy, and the savings will amortize the cost of the investment. So water also is a problem. It's, in fact, 3 times more serious, both in terms of consumption, because all of these hotels need a lot of water, both for hot and cold, for a long period of time, and we don't have infrastructure to say that we have sufficient water resources in islands. I think it's in islands that we have the greatest problems. Indeed, we have holistic actions. We cannot say that we will only look at power or natural gas. We have to look at it holistically, because this is something that is, in fact, sustainability. I'm very interested in looking at all of this from an SME point of view, because we have to be realistic and we have to look at this as if we are within a bubble. The backbone of Greece are SMEs, and this has to do with a whole set of issues: stability, working together, getting loans. So here, Mr. Spiros Venetianos is the person to ask. The first question, Eurobank, the banking system. How can they, practically speaking, support such tourism growth and development when we have small and medium-sized hotels? Tourism is a complex ecosystem. It has SMEs and larger companies, and it have those that are infrastructure providers, such as marinas, airports, and others. It is an ecosystem which is something that you have to look at closely. There are quite a few complaints from the SMEs, but there are financial instruments. I mean, the RRF might be addressed to large companies, such as the Guarantee Fund of the RRF and other such financial instruments that are, in fact, focusing on the incentives for the SMEs. But, of course, they cannot bring about miracles. They can't solve problems such as water supply, which is a huge investment, or they cannot make a radical renovation of infrastructure. Do we have, in fact, European or Greek programs that will enable us to have public and private partnerships, or loans that are, in fact, on very good terms? Because I think you cannot risk taking out a loan because in 10 years this will be paid off, or in 5 years. Let me say something that's important. The risk is to not invest rather than the opposite. You have to invest in your growth and development. That is the line of thinking, and people have to take what they can. PPPs are an exceptional tool for the implementation of infrastructure. We see this in the irrigation systems, whereby they will, in fact, have a very serious amount of savings, and this has to, in fact, be expanded in many sectors. So, I said that everybody has to do what they can do, but we have 4 financial instruments for SMEs, and the banks must want to be close to the SMEs and make them as relevant as they can for the future. You have to be close to them in order to for them to be relevant for the future. The SMEs don't believe that the banks are open to them. There is a lot of criticism, but we say in each conference, let them pitch the idea to us at the banks. It has to be tangible. It's not simply a matter of you wanting to go to outer space and the bank not giving you money. If you pitch a specific project, we are all ears. So there is a surplus of savings and a willingness to, in fact, invest. And when do we make money? When we give loans, but not the opposite. So let's not forget that. But you know that in Greece we have had some issues in the past. Now, with respect to the climate crisis and all these disasters that we've seen, either because of lethal fires or lethal inundation, and now we see that the is in fact water scarcities in the water reservoirs. It's as if we are 30 years behind. I mean, 65 now. It's like we're going 35 years and discussing whether need to put brigs in our bathrooms to have less water spent when we pull the chain. We might not have done things correctly. Well, we might have done something, but we might not have done enough. So water is necessary for our undertakings. For power, you can find a solution, but not for water. We've heard certain initial plans which were focusing on how we would save water, how we'll have some additional reservoirs. These are infrastructure projects that need time. We're very much afraid that we need a broader ranging strategy in order to manage water resources. That is true, and we also need to actually look at the level of the state, whether this is the central or the local government. We will see this together with the regional governors that, of course, have, in fact, a lot of complaints about this.
Now let's go to infrastructure, because Mr. Vilos is the General Director for Development in Fraport. We found out about Fraport with the 14 airports, which were problematic in managing our tourists. The truth is that the number of tourists increased dramatically. So this upgrading surprised us, very agreeably, of course. I guess it will have to continue with other destinations. So the first question is sustainable tourist development for infrastructures. How did you fare this year? What was the result for 2025? Well, 2025 was a record year, once more. We will have 37 million passengers, 37 million in the 14 regional airports. To give you a picture, when we took up the 14 airports in 2017, the passengers were 25 million. That was the passenger traffic. And from 2017 until today, we have received 250 million passengers. The traffic has grown 47% if we compare these years. But the investments we did in 2017 led to the expansion of the existing airports by 50%. Were they designed for such a rapid increase? If we are honest with each other, when you designed them, you had a 10-year horizon, and for what number of passengers? We work on a dynamic model. When we started building the airports at the time, we were looking forward to a great increase of tourist flows. Whether this would happen in 2024 or 27, we had this estimate. So you don't require reinforcement or changes. No, we do need those. We made an investment. Apart from the 1.2 billion that we gave to the Greek state, we paid also half a billion for the upgrading of the 14 millions. And each year we invest around 50 million euros for minor interventions in these 14 airports. So far, we have invested 2 billion euros plus 145 million that will be invested now through the RRF for the corridors, the runways. Plus the fact that some airports have reached their limit earlier than foreseen. So in the next 5 years, we will invest more than 200 million for the further expansions of some airports in the airways, the runways, or in the terminals, in both. No, mainly in the terminals, not in the runways. The runways are okay. When we talk about sustainable tourism growth in the part of airports, because this is an issue, how do these two match with each other? You prepare the infrastructure so that we can receive more tourists. How do you perceive what we call sustainable tourism development? Our investments have a sustainable character. We invest in these airports, but we also invest in projects of sustainable growth. We are implementing a program for the installation of PV parks in all 14 airports of 26 megawatt. We started with 3 megawatt in Thessaloniki. It is in operation. So all terminals are equipped with modern smart energy management systems for heating and cooling. We are having interventions for the fleet of vehicles, which are all electrical. So in the context of all upgradings and investments, green growth and green investments through our facilities is a basic pillar. So now let's come to what is taking off and what is landed in your installation. So now is the time for Mr. Rasoglu and Aegean. Aegean is the national air character. If we talk about sustainable tourism development without putting airplanes into the game, it's impossible. Will Aegean proceed to strategic investments in order to reinforce tourism growth? Do you have a plan that is underway? Well, good morning, first of all. Aegean has already been supporting tourism activity. And indeed, let me say that indicatively during the last 10 years, we have doubled foreigner travelers' traffic, and we have created double the number of jobs in the country. Now, investments go on. We continue with investments in buying aircraft or other things. We are also investing in the network of the company, of course. So we will expand in more markets and we will develop existing markets. Can you give us some examples? What are the markets that you are aiming at, you are targeting? It has to do with the aircraft. So the investment is in aircraft as well, and I will connect it. We invest in aircraft, new aircraft, bigger aircraft that will give us access to bigger markets. We have already received 38 new technology aircraft from a broader order, and we are expecting another 20 aircraft that have a better environmental footprint. And all this part is related, is connected to investments in human resources, because of course aircraft require people on the ground, and well, the Greek pilots are wonderful. Everybody knows that. And we also invest in technology in order to make the passengers' experience better and upgrade the passengers' experience, but maintaining the human element. We have direct contact to the passengers. Can we define geographically the areas that you want to develop in? Well, with the new aircraft that we are expecting, from 2026 onwards, there will be some new big markets that are not connected to Greece right now. For instance, India, as we heard before, but other markets as well. We start to have a strategic relationship with India, right, on many levels. We believe in Indian tourists, and of course we want to have a better connection, not to have everyone coming from Istanbul. But we have also, we are also in Kastelli, the new airport in Heraklion. Yes, the India market is interesting, but we have other markets, Caucasus, Kazakhstan, a new market that can bring traffic. Can I ask you a similar question? We're talking about sustainable tourism. We had the minister and everyone who took the floor talked about the expansion of 3-month tourism to 10 or 12-month tourism, especially for city break tourism. In areas in the south, they are favored because they have better climate, etc., and more extended tourism season. But everyone says that this is inseparably linked to airlines and air connections with various destinations. Yes, I would like to come from there, but I can't find a flight. So you cannot put an airplane going there and coming back empty. No. Efforts are undertaken. In the last few years, we have reduced seasonality to many routes from Athens and from Thessaloniki. And I have to say that in other areas of Greece as well, such as Iraklion roads, we are having international flights during winter time. And we have a two-digit increase with our flights with foreign destinations. So yes, there is this issue of seasonality and dissemination of tourism traffic in more areas and for longer periods. And we want to give opportunities to tourists for visiting more than one destination. Thank you very much. Mr. Varelas, we saw what you presented us, but I want to say that there are Greek destinations that have reached their limits or have exceeded them, and there are other destinations that have not started yet. I mean, they have not started being considered as touristic. I mean that they are not destinations which have saturation, not even, far from that. What is the question here? The question is the following. Let's say we have a destination which is in the middle of its growth. It receives support from the state, from the National Tourism Organization to rise. Antiparos. Antiparos has become a hot destination. So, can we design as a state, can we plan and say that we have another 10 or 15 or 20 insular destinations that can be included in the map of popular destinations? But while we say that, we have to prepare the infrastructures in order not to have to prepare the infrastructures a posteriori. Can we say that in these areas we have the possibility as a state to do this, as a state and as businesses? Well, if you ask someone from a tourism destination, a popular one, they will say that the destinations are just 4. If you ask someone from a less touristic, they will tell you that there are many more. We need a long time to proceed to that. The positive thing that we have as a country is that we have the regulatory frameworks in order for us to have a balanced tourism development. In the Ministry of Development, we have included the spatial plans, so we will know in each area where we can build an infrastructure or if we cannot. We have also under consultation the special plan for tourism, where we have some areas that are in red and some others not. That was a major opportunity to put a limit, but you cannot do that. You do not. You hear that in those saturated areas, you do not receive a subsidy. Today, we have the framework to have balanced growth, something that did not happen in previous years, in previous decades. Right. Mr. Panagiotidis, the question is the role of energy. What is the role of energy today in funding and the ESG profile of businesses and also of infrastructures? Because these go hand in hand. Well, we see a change in the way that tourism infrastructures and tourism undertakings are graded. Energy is not considered as an operational cost, but as a reliability element and strategic maturity. Energy plays a very important role, the most important role in the ESG right now. ESG is accounting, if you wish. You have the data, you can prove it, or it does not exist. So companies that have energy KPIs, energy monitoring, or which can certify the use of green energy through guarantees of origin, they acquire a strategic advantage in funding and in their strategic placement. I would say that energy is a reliability filter. Groups that are energy structured can be considered as more mature, more stable, and they can reduce risk as regards investment. Right. Yeah. Well, Mr. Venezianos, the floor to you. So, anything we see from 2025 until 2030, we have it as a magical number, this 2030. But this 2030 goes through the banking system, either directly with the customer, through the PPP, or in any other form. Do you feel that tourism is indeed a sector where you need to place, to put more special attention as a bank and to try to guide somehow your customers and maybe influence the state? Is this a priority field for you? Well, we will be criticized that the question was set up. Well, the truth is that Eurobank has a great love for tourism. I was looking before how many years we have been having campaigns on tourism. It is more than 10 years now. I interrupt you to tell you that as Eurobank, I am a customer of yours. As Eurobank, I knew you about the demographic issue. About tourism, I don't know. Tourism is an industry. It is a lever for growth, and we have been saying that for more than 10 years. Now it is the champion, and this champion is doing well because all the constituents are there, but it is not a product to put on the shelf, to put it there and let it go. It requires development, investment, this is why we're there, and know-how. And know-how also exists. And of course, good communication among all partners, all stakeholders. You have the feeling that we are lost there? Yes, this is where we need some strengthening. Do you agree, Mr. Villos? Yes, fully. So you agree on how, what it should be done, but we all agree that we are lost in translation, in the communication. I want to say something since Eurobank is here. When we started in 2017 management of the airports, what we have seen in all 14 destinations, more or less, in each one, is that there was a lack of communication. In which sectors? In the tourism promotion of these destinations. The regions had a different strategy from the municipality, etc., etc. The stakeholders had different strategies. So we sat down under the umbrella of Marketing Greece, we as Fraport Greece and Eurobank, and we had tourism partnerships. We have had 5 partnerships so far. We have in Kania, in Crete, in Thessaloniki, in Lesbos, in Thassos and Kavala. We have established these tourism partnerships where we sit around the same table all together with the public agencies and with the local stakeholders, and we implement a common strategy and a common promotion campaign to promote these destinations. And we have seen that we are taking this a step forward. I see Mr. Rasoglu is nodding. Yes, because the Aegean is also participating. Oh, you are all together. Yes, of course. I think we have to accept that for sure positive steps have been taken in the last few years. This is why we have this increase. But clearly, we are at a point in time where it is crucial for anything happening from now on to happen in a balanced way, in a rational way, in order to disseminate the product. Well, the Ministry of Tourism, and we have here Mrs. Kundura, who has been through this ministry. The Ministry for Tourism is the traffic warden of this procedure, and it does not have any specific competencies for intervention, which are under all the others. Even if you want to build an infrastructure, you cannot, because it is not your responsibility, your competence. So this theory of co-responsibility creates for the ministry per se, but also for all the other processes, several problems. Now, I think it is the time for the audience, because in this session as well, we want to take questions from you. This is an interactive session, so you can ask any question you wish to anyone you wish. Yes, please wait for a microphone, state your name and your capacity. Good afternoon. Theocharis Michailidis from Stama. It is the Association of Short-Term Rental Businesses. A lot was heard about the revenues of tourism by Mr. Varelas. No, not just Mr. Varelas. The minister also said they expect 21 billion revenues. Do you know how much of this comes from short-term rentals? They exceed 5 billion, I think, from short-term leases. STR has a considerable contribution. It cannot tax evade, but you will agree with me that we need to have a framework. Do you know the tax compliance according to the IAPR? They said that it is 92%. Moreover, STR is 25% of tourism revenues. So the discussion should go towards this direction. Yes, the fact that we have reached 30 million arrivals, that we have doubled the beds, means that the STR plays a major role, yes. But we have to use, together with the STR, together with Stama, I'm saying this as a third party, we need to have a framework for this. We cannot let an area without any framework. In Plaka, for instance, and the Council of State said that this is not an urban, this is a very special case, Plaka. In the other areas that you have shown, you have talked about energy, about waste. If it wasn't STR, but you had a family there, would it not have the same burden? Yes, let's not have a discussion there. Yes, the discussion was held. We're talking about industrial areas. Of areas where we have had improvements, but is there an infrastructure in order to have these improvements? Psiri, for instance, it was downgraded, but now it has come up again with STR. We need to do that in other areas. We are not talking about STR, we're talking about Golden Visa that creates problems, but we need to have a plan. And we also talked about hotels. Yes, this is another chapter, Professor. No, please, please do not insist. Any other question? If there is anyone who would like to ask a question on infrastructures? No. Well, at this point, we will bid you farewell. We will hand you to the next debate. I will give the floor to Mr. Galatsatos, because we will have a debate, and the two ladies who will participate, who will crossfire. I hope that you will crossfire. I hope you will not agree. Thank you.
Λοιπόν, σας καλωσορίζω και εγώ από την πλευρά μου.
Welcome. I'd like to welcome you also to the conference, but we're going to be speaking now about Greek Tourism 2030. We heard the Greek Commissioner talking about the strategic plan, which the Commission is going to be submitting to the European Parliament in 2026. We have the great opportunity to have with us the President and the Vice President of the Committee for Transport and Tourism at the European Parliament. So the President of the Committee, Elisa Vozingberg, is here, and we have the Deputy President, who was the former Minister of Tourism, Elena Koundoura. Can I be heard? Yes, good. I'd like to also say that the two ladies will have to leave in 30 minutes max to catch a plane for the plenary in Brussels. So, you heard the Commissioner. As members of the TRAN committee, you know what will be coming from Brussels, which until it is translated into policy will require some time, but at least in 2030 we will need to be guided by this strategy. Do you believe that what will come as a strategy will keep Europe and Greece in the top positions of the world tourist industry, because we are the most important destination as Europe? Will we keep that? Good afternoon. I think that we will disappoint Mrs. Pirioti, because in this mission that we have, I was elected as President and Ms. Koundoura as Vice President, and having worked in the Committee for Transport and Tourism as of 2014 and in 2019, we agree greatly, as you understand, because it couldn't be differently when we're talking about tourism. That means the actual heavy industry of Greece. I won't take a lot of time, but I would say that we're lucky because we have a Commissioner for Transport and Tourism, Mr. Tzidikos. We're not lucky. It's something that we actually fought for. So it's important to say that with a personal letter that I sent as the President, and we wrote it together with Elena, and with the agreement of the Prime Minister, we managed to have tourism as a portfolio. And that meant we lost the various financial instruments that should have fallen under tourism. And it's shipping that is also included here. This is very much related to the Greek economy. The fact that tourism was included has to do with a strategy that the Commissioner is going to announce by spring of 2026. Mr. Kayatsakos, you asked whether Europe will remain as the top destination and whether we have provisions for sustainability and resilience. As you know, in Greece, 13% of the GDP and indeed 1/3% of the direct actions is related to tourism. More than 700,000 people work in tourism. The fact that in Europe 23% of the GDP is in fact increasing because it is a fixed destination. What does it require? A strategy that has in fact general axes, because when it comes to tourism it appears to be a rather wooden way of discussing it. But it is a matter that falls also to the member state, because there's a matter of subsidiarity. And we have 15 financial institutions that help us in this destination. So sustainability and stability. Do we have funds for competitiveness? Yes, we do. Do we have funds that are channeled into specific sectors of tourism? And which are they? Do you want me to say this in detail? I could. No, don't do that. So I don't want to take time from Elena, but I would like to say that in the multi-annual financial framework, which is for 2028 to 2030, the funds for the interconnection of cities has doubled. It is the Connecting Europe facility. And personally, I have also proposed amendments for insular policy. We're a country with 2,500 islands, and with coastal countries that have to do with special types of tourism. We helped, in fact, the issue of tourism, but conference tourism, which is in fact a type of tourism that we have, say, in Costa Navarino and in Crete. We have wine tourism and gastronomy. This means that they are, in fact, part of the two poles of UNESCO for this matter. And there's a special part for gastronomy, as is Patmos for UNESCO. So we see that sustainability is not a main part of the strategy that's going to be prepared, but the two of us and other members who belong, especially to the south, Malta, Spain, amongst others, will help us bring about not only sustainability but also the visitability of destinations, especially in Greece, that were not known until yesterday. Thank you. I think it would be good to seg into 2 points. And I'm going to speak to Ms. Kudura, fragmentation in terms of financing, provisions and instructions. Every member state has their own. And you also propose a European fund for transition in sustainable tourism. Could you talk about this? Thank you for the invitation. This is such a successful conference for a sector that's so important for our country. Mr. Hadjinikolaou flatters me by mentioning that I was the Minister of Tourism. We are here to speak about our country, our ministers, deputy ministers, as well as the local government, regional governors and mayors. I have two hats: the minister who started out with the sustainable tourism, and we were the first country that actually looked at how to take thematic tourism forward. And we also put the pillar in the guide presented by Mr. Breton, who had that in his portfolio until 2030. This was not a real strategy. It was the core of the Greek strategy that we had and which was very successful. So I like to say that we're Polynesia of Europe, and Elisa talked about the islands, and we actually work together because the logo that tourism is a national affair is something that we created in 2015-2019 when things were very difficult in Greece and there was an economic crisis, and we needed to have an economic crisis then that we need to overcome. And that's how the first conference was in fact established, because tourism is a national affair. That's why we will always complement each other. There are fragmented financing instruments in tourism and fragmented funding, but from the steadfast request of the European Parliament for a separate line to exist, The Minister, Mrs. Kefalogianni, asked it. This is something that we've underscored in all our resolutions, that there be a distinct budget line, because it's not a matter of sustainability, it's also a matter of resilience. Here we're talking about a specific permanent fund for many reasons, because there is this green transition, we have the digital transition, there is destination management. You will have heard about KPIs and DMOs. What are these? This is something that we use often, but I'd like people to understand these are metrics that enable us to know the results and the needs of each destination. And PMOs has to do with the management of destinations. I believe that these are things that regional and local governments have to be involved in, mean that in the new MFF we need to have a budget to tackle crises in tourism, because the climate change, which is actually climate crisis, you see earthquakes, floods, forest fires, these are related to the extreme weather conditions which did not exist in the past and need to be and they're very important to deal with. I felt very much alone when I had to deal with them. And we see that we still have terrorist attacks and the such. So then, together with the World Tourism Organization, I did have some support. From the previous period, we proposed with these 4 resolutions, plus the pandemic, to have a European organization for tourism, so a tourism office that would handle all of this, and a single fund, and this is something that we've said in all our resolutions. And from the previous term, we asked dynamically for tourism not to be, in fact, something that comes second, third, or fifth, because Europe is the first destination worldwide, 10% of the GDP, and more than 6 million employees. That means that it is a third, the sector which is third in the global economy. It's important that we have a commissioner. I've worked with him before, and he knows the affairs of tourism very well. And we've also given him our notes, and he's working upon those, and he will be working even further until we have the first European strategy from 2026. And we hope that this mentality, that each member state is competitive, therefore they have to do it alone, and there doesn't need to be a budget for all of these things that Europe is, in fact, facing with a crisis. I consider this to be wrong. The Commission knows this. Of course, in order for the European Parliament to put this across, they need the assistance of the European Commission, and I hope that we're managing to do this.
Well, you seem to agree on those issues. So I would like to ask you on what you said before, Mrs. Kundura, and the question is also to Mrs. Vosenberg. DMOs is Destination Management Organization. These should be built by the municipalities of the regions, local government. Is there infrastructure to do that? Body that can manage and direct tourist flows, because we're talking about management of flows. As the minister said, and the others said, for Greece we need to strengthen the role and the task of regional authorities in order to reinforce the DMOs. So what we're asking for decentralization. We have the funds to go to them because they know their needs. I have it all noted so as not to forget. We are talking about serious issues about sustainability. The minister, the private sector, all said that. We all know the needs. We're talking about the high cost of transition of tourism industry. We're talking about the modernization of infrastructures, desalination plants, motorways, airports, ports, marinas, the insularity. For instance, for insularity, Insularity is for me on the first line. And Elisa and myself are working on the same folders. We're not talking about schools or waste or water supply. We need a new strategy and financing instruments. So we need to have an overall plan. We need to map the needs for infrastructure in the regions, safe road networks, green infrastructures. And we should not forget that we have electrification. I was managing the folder on electrification, charging stations, in order to go towards the green transition and in order to modernize energy infrastructures. Now, dealing with the issue of housing is also a major problem on the islands. And I am also in the Regi Committee during this time, and the rapporteur of my political group. And we talked about political cohesion for facing the housing issue. We have passed various budgets for priority to funding of infrastructures, affordable housing, technical support to regions and municipalities to plan this growth. So altogether, the private sector, the regions, local government, and the ministry, and all the line ministries, which unfortunately have to support the project, must work together in Greece and in Europe, because the problems are common problems, in order to connect tourism with regional growth and the European agenda. In concluding, I would like to say that this folder that will come, and Mrs. Vosenberg will talk about it, the folder on tourism, has also all these requirements that we mentioned more in detail. Shall I talk to us about this folder? This folder, I was about to say about the folder for air transportation, but I will continue on what Elena Koudoura said. Indeed, we ask for a specific line on multi-annual framework program. And we want a separate line in the budget for tourism. We will discuss it. It will go to the council. The council will not accept it. Mr. Arnaudakis is nodding his head. He knows about it because we have 27 member states. Not all states focus on tourism. We are focusing on tourism. Others focus on car manufacturing, for instance, Germany. But we have 15 financial instruments, and some of those, one or two, pertain to the regions. And this is where we have focused on, because the regional governors have a huge power. And when they are competent, they yield results. So it is important, it is significant that the regional governors who know the special features of regions of Greece and the other countries of Europe, they can take the funds and direct them where there are deficiencies. There are islands which are deficient in infrastructure, hospitality infrastructures. Others are deficient in specialized personnel. Again, here we have specialized funds on upskilling of the personnel, on tourism, and on digital skills, which are a necessity now. We're saying this because the answer to your question, Mr. Galiatsatos, and on what we are concerned about has to do with the single European digital space, which means that very soon we believe, by the end of 2026, we will not wait for 2029. We believe that by 2026, there will be a digital space where all those participating in tourism can get in and get informed about what each member state offers for what kind of tourism, what is the cost, and if there is a digital infrastructure. This is why the European Union is financing with a special financial instrument the online training of those who work in tourism, language learning for those who work in tourism, the postgraduate studies of tourism students in digital skills. And we understand that if this is a single European space, it can promote, especially in our country where we have unknown areas, they will direct there. We see that there are many tourists, sometimes elderly tourists, who come for culture, for cultural tourism. And Greece is there, not lagging behind. But what is lagging behind is the information as to where these people can go, etc. All this is included in the strategy announced by Mr. Tzitzikostas, on which our folders will work on. So sustainability and competitiveness are very important, especially as regards our country, if all this is completed, because we provide areas for all types of tourism. Gastronomy tourism, religious tourism, conference tourism, educational tourism, leisure tourism, which is the most popular one. But now we're talking about a regional, a European Union, where tourism is not just during summer months or in member states which have good weather conditions. It is the whole year long, and this is what we want for a country's economy. If you have just 2 or 3 or 4 months, because we happen to have great weather conditions and we are the most sunlit country, it's not enough. We want to have also during winter time. A last question to both of you. Due to the geopolitical challenges and the emphasis on defense in the EU, do you believe there will be funds for tourism once the strategy is announced in 2026? Or will all this be lost somehow? Shall I speak and then you conclude, Elena? Well, first of all, let us tell you that once we were elected, we have one after the other the complaints of all committees that the funds are reduced and defense is increasing. And of course, the Prime Minister contributed to that, because he was the first one who said that we have war here and a war there, etc., and strategic restructuring. So we have failed as defense in organizing our defense, in the production of defense, and in the strategy for a single defense for the EU, unified defense. So it was natural that part of the funds were deducted and were put to defense. But this does not mean that we do not have some packages. They are powerful. The prerequisite is to have them allocated correctly. And the management is done nationally. So the member states need to have stable governments and not turmoils. I'm looking at France here. They need to have stable industry. I'm looking at Germany, which has problems. I have to shorten my answer. Oh, yes, apologies. Yes. So I will conclude by saying that, yes, the funds are there. Yes, there are complaints. It is up to us to have a strategy that will organize the correct and fast allocation, and we need to have regional governors who are dynamic and who will use up the funds. We are optimistic because Greece, as I tend to say, is condemned to finish being the protagonist. Mrs. Kundura. Well, I do not agree with the reduction of funds. What Elisa said, it is not just tourism. We are talking about social policy. We cannot curtail from education, health, or even tourism. Tourism is less important than those to support defense expenditure. This is not just a complaint. It is a requirement. On the other hand, I cannot hide the fact that in the Transport and Tourism Committee we have a lot and serious problems with what is happening with the Tempe accident. Now we have another condemnation of Greece for air traffic safety. There are a lot of issues, and tourism depends on air travel safety. So I try to touch upon and I try to claim for more assistance from Europe to Greece, because Greece is a tourist country and we need to ensure. And this is why I also talked about road safety. Road safety was very important for me. That was very serious. We had fatal accidents, etc. So as an MEP, I try to support the European citizen and, of course, the Greek citizen across the board, which has to do with better living. In the previous term, I was in the Committee on Energy and Technology. This is good. Technology is good, but it is risky because the folders we have handled with Lisa on violence on the internet is important, because technology gives the opportunity to all those to commit criminal acts. So in concluding, I would like to say that we are trying to help in a holistic way. And it is part of, it is the task of each government to implement what we vote. Thank you very much. Thank you both. And I call the floor the regional governor of Crete, Mr. Arnautakis, for a brief address.
Κύριε Αρναουτάκη, σας περιμένουμε. Ελάτε. Μετά την τοποθέτηση του κύριου Περιφερειάρχη.
After the address by the regional governor, we will have a break. Apologies for changing the agenda. But since we talk about regions and growth, we will have the signing of the concession contract for the North Motorway in Crete, and I have to be at the ministry. So I would like to congratulate the two ladies from the European Parliament, because they prove that through cooperation, synergies, we are in Brussels more numerous. This cooperation is in favor of our country. As a former MEP, I am watching them, and Ms. Vosenberg and Mrs. Kundura are worthy of congratulations, and we worked together with Mrs. Kundura when she was a minister. The basic issue is infrastructure for the development of each region. A region such as Crete, for instance, does not have a road access from one part of the island to the other. So after many years, the north road access has started from Chersonissos to Agios Nikolaos, but it does not go towards Sitia, until Sitia. Today we have the signing of the contract. It will start from next year for Chania Iraklio, and I hope, we do not know how many years it will take, because there are adverse conditions for it to be completed. And we hope that we will have a road network that will develop quality tourism. Because it is not enough to say that we have received 6 or 7 million tourists when we don't have quality tourism to have more revenues, and not just the millions of tourists. Let me also say that one of the major projects undertaken and implemented in Crete is the Kasteli Airport. This is an airport that receives 10 million tourists, incoming and outgoing. So we want to have quality tourism. So we have the airport in Kasteli, and we hope that there will be a road connection and that the project will be completed in the next 2 years. A third major project that did not exist so far is the energy connection between Crete and Attica. If there is no energy security, energy safety, we have outages in tourist areas. This cannot happen, of course. We cannot have quality tourism and not have electricity at night in summertime. We, as a region, think that the European Union will decide that the cohesion policy and the European Social Fund will be central. I think it is a mistake. The regions should manage the resources. Europe is being built in the cities and the regions. If we do it centrally, Mrs. Kundura talked about decentralization. If we have everything in Athens, I do not think that this is a model, a working model. And I don't think that the European Commission and the Council should decide in favor of that. We as a region, and as regions, and as Union of Regions, all the regional governors, with under the leadership of Yorgos Hatzimarkos, we try to change that, because we have proven that we can manage European funds much better than many other agencies and bodies. At the same time, we have to say that as the region of Crete, we have managed to include the Minoan Palace in the UNESCO list. Knossos was not included in the UNESCO list, but with the collaboration of the Ministry of Culture, and this is why we need to have collaborations. Yes, there can be different views, different proposals, but cooperation makes us stronger. And in this summer, we had the inclusion of the Minoan Palace of Knossos in the UNESCO list. And next year, the region of Crete will be the gastronomic capital of Europe. The expansion of tourism products are topics that are of concern, and we believe we will have a better result. So, Crete is what I say. Crete is not those very few who smear its history, its tradition. Crete is the people who are struggling every day in the primary sector, in the tourism sector, with our universities, the research institutions, about which we're very happy, very proud, and not just a bunch of people who really smear our image. I want to condemn this today in this conference on tourism. With these thoughts, I want to apologize once more, to thank you, Mrs. Spiriotti, for the invitation, and I wish that we meet again every year to put forward and discuss other topics as well. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Βλέπεις τον καθημερινό σου καφέ σαν μια μεγάλη επιβράβευση? Μάλλον είσαι μέλος του Everest Bite Club, γιατί ένας Everest καφές την ημέρα φέρνει τον 5ο δωρεάν. Κάνε την εγγραφή σου στο Everest Bite Club και απόλαυσε 4 καφέδες και έναν δώρο όσες φορές θες σε ένα κατάστημα Everest.
Στην Πειραιώς κινούμαστε ανωδικά προς ένα καλύτερο αύριο. Με συνέπεια, όραμα και ολοκληρωμένο πλάνο, δημιουργούμε αξία και προσφέρουμε καινοτόμες και εξατομικευμένες λύσεις για τις ανάγκες σας. Και διακρινόμαστε γι' αυτό. Πειραιώς, τράπεζα της χρονιάς στην Ελλάδα για το 2025 από το The Banker. Μια μεγάλη διάκριση για εμάς. Ένα βήμα ψηλότερα στη δική σας εμπιστοσύνη. Πειραιώς, στηρίζει κάθε αύριο.
Στην Κοσμοτέ Telecom πιστεύουμε ότι η δύναμη του AI πρέπει να ανήκει σε όλους. Στους επιστήμονες, τους προγραμματιστές, αλλά και στις κουρασμένες μαμάδες.
Βρες μου έναν ανούρισμα.
Στους καλοφαγάδες.
Πρότεινέ μου 3 συνταγές με ό,τι έχει το ψυγείο.
Σε αυτούς που πρέπει να προλάβουν το πλοίο για Κυκλάδες.
Βρες το πιο κοντινό πάρκινγκ στο λιμάνι και δώσ' μου οδηγίες.
Ακόμα και σε αυτούς που θέλουν να ανοίξουν μαγαζί με λουκουμάδες.
Μπορείς να μου φτιάξεις ένα business plan.
Η δύναμη του AI πρέπει να ανήκει σε όλους. Γι' αυτό η Κοσμοτέ Telecom φέρνει το Magenta AI. Ανακάλυψε τη δύναμη της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης εύκολα και με ασφάλεια μέσα από το app της Κοσμοτέ Telecom, καθώς και στις νέες συσκευές T-Phone και T-Tablet. Κοσμοτέ Telecom. Συνδέουμε τον κόσμο σου.
Τι σημαίνει να είσαι πρωτοπόρος? Για εμάς σημαίνει ότι η ιστορία μας είναι πρώτα απ' όλα έργα. Αυτό είναι το όνομά μας, η ουσία μας. Η πορεία μας έχει ξεχωριστή σημασία. Μας προσφέρει σιγουριά και ενέργεια και μια πρωτιά σε ευθύνη, αλλά και εμπιστοσύνη. Είμαστε η πιο ευέλικτη, η πιο σύγχρονη και η πιο αποδοτική πλευρά της ενέργειας. Αφοσιωνόμαστε κάθε μέρα σε ένα σκοπό που είναι μεγαλύτερος από τον καθένα μας. Σπάμε τα μονοπόλια και ανοίγουμε όλο και μεγαλύτερους ορίζοντες. Είμαστε συνοδοιπόροι στο όραμα για ένα βιώσιμο κόσμο, πιο φιλικό για τις επόμενες γενιές. Αφήνουμε το αποτύπωμά μας μέσα από την αξία που προσφέρουμε στους άλλους. Μία αξία που παραμένει σταθερή, αλλά όχι στάσιμη. Εξελισσόμαστε, ανανεωνόμαστε, φέρνουμε την ενέργεια του αύριο στο σήμερα. Μοιραζόμαστε εμπειρία, όραμα, καινοτομία, ενέργεια. Η ενέργεια αλλάζει. Πρωτέργεια. Η ενέργεια της Metlen Energy and Metals.
Ξεκινάμε με γνώμονα αυτό τον τόπο, προσφέροντας δομή και οργάνωση, προωθώντας την ασφάλεια και τη βιωσιμότητα, ισορροπώντας τη συμπερίληψη και τη μοναδικότητα. Με το βλέμμα στον άνθρωπο οικοδομούμε τη Μητροπολιτική Περιφέρεια. Νέα σελίδα, νέα ταυτότητα. Ξεκινάμε.
Your summer starts here. Your summer starts here.
What if there was a modern city where different times and people meet? Explore, learn. Embrace your new big family.
Thessaloniki, a place to call home.
What if there was a place where kings and queens passed their riches on to the people? Explore. Enjoy. Feel the flowery wind blow your anxieties away.
Imatia.
What if there was a place where you could experience adventure and reinvent yourself? Breathe in, slow down, and let go. Explore the lengths of a new horizon. Bella. What if there was a place where you could meet the gods? Whether you choose the high mountains or the cool sea, luxury or adventure, one of them will wait for you. Biarria. What if there was a place where whispers of nature came roaring lions? Live, feel, observe. Discover your deepest desires. Ceres. What if there was a place where you could bring the past back to life? Listen, learn, rejoice, and reconnect with the places where our heroes live forever. Kilkis. What if there was a place where you could stay young and carefree? Taste. Feel. Experience your dream escape. Alkiriki.
Thessaloniki, a place to call home.
Είμαστε ο τόπος που επαναστατεί απέναντι στις προκλήσεις. Που ξέρει να αντέχει, να ανθίζει, να καρποφορεί. Είμαστε η γη που δεν ακολουθεί τους κανόνες, τους γράφει. Που δεν περιμένει την αλλαγή, τη δημιουργεί, αλλά και αγκαλιάζει όσους δημιουργούν. Ένας τόπος που εμπνέει εδώ και χιλιετίες. Που κρύβει σε κάθε γωνιά του θαύματα της ιστορίας του, του τοπίου του, των ανθρώπων του. Που έχει το πείσμα να ανακαλύπτει τον εαυτό του ξανά και ξανά. Γιατί είμαστε η γη που αψηφά το ποτέ, που μπορεί να κάνει το αδύνατο δυνατό, χτίζοντας πάντα νέες αφετηρίες για το αύριο. Είμαστε η Πελοπόννησος.
NSRF, National Strategic Reference Framework, co-funded by Greece and the European Union.
Ανάμεσα στην Ελλάδα και στον κόσμο υπάρχει ένα μέρος που κάποια στιγμή ίσως και να έχεις βρεθεί. Είτε κάπου για να πας, είτε για κάποιον που αγαπάς. Ένα μέρος που συνδέει την Ελλάδα με τον κόσμο με φροντίδα και ασφάλεια και αποτελεί βασικό πυλώνα ανάπτυξης του τουρισμού στη χώρα μας. Μια εταιρεία ευέλικτη και κερδοφόρα, έτοιμη να θέσει νέους στόχους και να ανταποκριθεί σε νέες προκλήσεις. Εδώ όλα γίνονται με σεβασμό στο περιβάλλον, με περισσότερες από 100 σημαντικές διεθνείς διακρίσεις και βραβεία. Ανάμεσα στην Ελλάδα και στον κόσμο υπάρχει ο Διεθνής Αερολιμένας Αθηνών.
Η ενέργεια αλλάζει. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Τις δημιουργούμε. Είμαστε η μεγαλύτερη εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Και ένας ισχυρός παίκτης στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη, επεκτείνοντας σταθερά το αποτύπωμά μας στις διεθνείς αγορές. Με πλήρως καθετοποιημένη δομή, έχουμε παρουσία σε όλη την εφοδιαστική αλυσίδα. Ενισχύουμε την παρουσία μας στην παραγωγή και προμήθεια ενέργειας. Με ισορροπία στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τις νέες μορφές ενέργειας, διαμορφώνουμε ένα ολοκληρωμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο προσαρμοσμένο στις ανάγκες του αύριο. Κατασκευάσαμε ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα φωτοβολταϊκά πάρκα στην Ευρώπη. Και τώρα δημιουργούμε το πρώτο πάρκο μπαταριών στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στην ηλεκτροκίνηση. Χτίζουμε στρατηγικές σχέσεις με μακροπρόθεσμη αξία. Κάθε χρόνο, περισσότεροι από 10 εκατομμύρια πελάτες επιλέγουν τις υπηρεσίες μας. Και χάρη στο εκτενέστερο δίκτυο καυσίμων που διαθέτουμε στην Ελλάδα, βελτιώνουμε διαρκώς την εμπειρία τους. Στην ηλεκτρική ενέργεια και το φυσικό αέριο προσφέρουμε αξιόπιστες λύσεις σε νοικοκυριά, επιχειρήσεις και βιομηχανίες. Προχωράμε με σταθερά βήματα στην ενεργειακή μετάβαση, μετασχηματίζοντας τον όμιλό μας με όραμα την μακροπρόθεσμη αξία για όλους. Σήμερα στεκόμαστε εισάξιοι με τις μεγαλύτερες ευρωπαϊκές και διεθνείς εταιρείες ενέργειας και προχωράμε δυναμικά μπροστά με οδηγό την εταιρική διακυβέρνηση, τον σύγχρονο τρόπο λειτουργίας μας, τις αξίες και το όραμά μας, καθώς και τη δέσμευσή μας για ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον. Συνεισφέρουμε σημαντικά στην ελληνική οικονομία. Στηρίζουμε έμπρακτα την κοινωνία μέσα από πρωτοβουλίες που ενδυναμώνουν τη νέα γενιά, στηρίζουν την κοινωνία και την υγεία, προστατεύουν το περιβάλλον και προωθούν τον πολιτισμό και τον αθλητισμό, βελτιώνουμε τη ζωή για περισσότερους από 2 εκατομμύρια συνανθρώπους μας σε Ελλάδα και εξωτερικό. Σε ένα διαρκώς μεταβαλλόμενο περιβάλλον, αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια προς ένα βιώσιμο μέλλον. Hellenic Energy. Empowering tomorrow.
Να καλωσορίσουμε και τη Γενική Γραμματέα Σύγχρονου Πολιτισμού, την κυρία Ελένη Δουνδουλάκη, πολιτισμός και τουρισμός παν μαζί.
So I'd like to thank the regional governors, and I would like to hope that the rest will come slowly but surely. I would like to take stock of what happened in the first part of this conference, and both from what the Minister said in her interview and the address by the Commissioner and the first interventions made by the local government. We will see two things that are going to be looked at further here now in the second part, after we have a technocratic discussion between Mrs. Karamanli, who's the Deputy Minister of Tourism, Mr. Hadjimarkos, who is going to represent the regions and will talk about the entrepreneurs of tomorrow who are not yet here in this auditorium. And I think that from all the discussions we see, both in terms of infrastructure and in sustainable development levels, tourism will depend always on a cooperation which pertains less to the central government, which has a role, but it seems to be putting on the brakes or allocating certain funds, even though the regional governments can have the possibility to access funds on their own. And we see that in terms of green development, the good choice of the next destinations will be hot destinations for a tourist state such as Greece. We see that the local government will play a very important role. Already in Athens and Thessaloniki and in cities of islands such as Crete, we see those cities are becoming, in fact, city break destinations. That means that you go for 2 or 3 days, and from there on, you become a destination per se. This, obviously, will be the subject matter that we were going to discuss today in terms of having growth as authentic Greeks, or within authentic Greece. But I'd like to ask of Mrs. Anna Karamanli, who's the Deputy Minister, and Mr. Giorgos Hadjimarkos, who's the Governor, the Regional Governor of Southern Aegean, to actually have as the moderator Mr. Kondis. Mr. Kondis, I hand over the baton to you. Thank you, Mariana. What is, in fact, a sector, if not its people? That is why we'd like to focus on the tourism entrepreneurs, and especially those who are going to be our entrepreneurs tomorrow. Well, good afternoon to you both. We have spoken quite a bit about this subject matter, which pertains to the training of people who are going to be working in the tourism industry. This is, of course, the backbone for the growth of tourism in Greece. I don't know if in previous years we were satisfied, but I think that we all have to say bitter and quite comical stories from our transactions with people who have been doing business in tourism. But this is changing, and quickly so. So the pillar cannot be anything else but training people who are going to be the entrepreneurs tomorrow. So, Mrs. Karamanli, we had institutional changes in terms of training. I want to ask about those, but let us look about the targets and wages you have set in terms of professionals in this field. Well, first and foremost, I'd like to thank you warmly for this invitation to this amazing conference, where there is a dialogue for tourism. I'd like to say that changes are many. We are going through a period of challenges and crises. And these changes have to do with digital technology, with climate change, with sustainability. International competition is becoming greater and the visitors are changing. For us, the professional in tourism has to be in the front line and not to simply follow on. And we see that Greece has played a leading role in the sector. And I think you also heard Mrs. Kefalogianni say that we're amongst the top 10 destinations worldwide, and the Prime Minister has set a target of becoming the #1 destination worldwide. This goes hand in hand with tourism education and training. And what are the things we give our young Greeks to equip them? So that means that we need to have contemporary and modern curricula, and we need to do a lot of practical things in the field. We don't simply want them to receive a degree, but to be able to harness their own future. That is not something that we say to laud ourselves, but we have specific examples that will illustrate the point at hand. And this is for ourselves and for the young students in ESSEG in Piraeus. Two of the ambassador chefs have in fact finished their studies at ESSEG Thessaloniki in Piraeus. They are our ambassadors in a city which, as you know, is part of the UNESCO gastronomy network, and the standards are truly high there. Also, in the Anaviso school, we are very proud in the Ministry of Tourism, myself and the Deputy Minister. We have the students from AEG Anavisos. They are, in fact, going with a uniform to school to study, and they actually do their utmost. They will be the best ambassadors for tourism. And we have somebody, Nikos Poulmendis, who actually graduated from AEG Anavisos, and he has cooked for the White House in the States. He is doing great things in New York, and he's opened up his new restaurant. We also have an experimental school with experimental occupations in Argos and in Crete. These are our own programs that are based on the labour market. We have for the guides the concerns raised by the guides in recent years were in fact very important. What is the situation? Is the sector in fact being downgraded? No, the reverse. It's being upgraded because we have a very modern curriculum for our guides. 3 schools, Athens, Thessalonica and Rhodes, and we have intensive courses with graduates from history, archaeology and other related schools in order to enhance the guiding services. We are by their side. We have more youngsters who want to become guides, and they have to do practice in the field. So they actually go to the destination, they experience it, and they will in fact learn what even the most demanding traveller needs to hear. Okay, we do not in fact downgrade our schools, quite the reverse. We are in fact improving them. We're very much focused on that. Mr. Hatzimarkos, let us start from the reverse side. What does the market want? What does tourism want? So there are in fact shortfalls, but where would you identify them? Thank you for the opportunity given to me for this discussion. I believe that the sector as we see from all the financial studies, is in fact a sector that's going ahead, and we're very pleased that in the Eurozone we have the great national success, and the Greek Minister of Finance is in fact the head of Eurogroup. So tourism has in fact played a leading role. And in Greece, we have people who accept the importance of this role. I would say it's a very important role indeed. We tend to forget in Greece, this was the sector that gave the Greek economy its rebound after 2020, after the pandemic. It was on tourism that we, in fact, depended so that we could actually come back to the normal economic pace. I'd like to come to the question that you put to me in terms of education. The sector wants officers who are going to be staffing all grades and all the classes of the courses for all tourism professionals and not simply hotels. There's a great demand. It's a bullish market because tourism is flourishing. All professions around tourism and everything related to tourism are doing well. The schools that are under the supervision and competence of the Ministry of Tourism and not the Ministry of Education, I believe this is the greatest example in our public sector. They are able to address the needs of the market. Now, if today, in the younger ages, there is, in fact, a great concern with respect to the occupational, or rather finding a job, I think that I will interrupt here. You know how many articles have been written in the press and what the views are with respect to the revenues and the working conditions that an employee can have in tourism. That is a very big issue that you're now opening up. So I'd say that tourism is the victim of its own success. As people, we are allergic to success. The worst thing you can do in Greece is for you to become a champion. You will understand then that a large ecosystem is organized and they will see how they can undermine you, how they can make you smaller. So tourism, if you get, in fact, onto the internet, and a lot of young people spend a lot of time on the internet, at an age where they're thinking about where they will, in fact, work. Tourism is a grey zone in the internet. And in our country, it has been, in fact, accused of all ills. Career and remuneration, good remuneration, exist in tourism. I could, in fact, give you a lot of examples throughout Greece, but let me talk about the region in which I am leading, Southern Aegean, Cyclades and the Dodecanese. This is the sole region in Greece where there's an increase of population. The sole one out of the 13 regions in Greece with positive qualitative indicators, quantitative and qualitative. And here, I'd like to say it. Is that you would say is because of tourism? Yes, exclusively to tourism. I don't want to appropriate it and say that because I'm a regional governor, we are doing exceptional work with my collaborators. But rather, I'd like to say that in all Western societies, the demographics and the increase of population is one of the keys. So what does tourism do in my region? It gives opportunities. Why has brain drain been reversed in the islands and we've brought back most of the children that had left in the crisis? The youngsters find that there is, in fact, opportunities to be found which are greater or lesser, so that people can live in their land and live their dreams there. This can be reflected to a large part in public dialogue with a very grey manner. Tourism is, in fact, at fault for the degrading of the environment, for the lack of water in the islands. Tourism is at fault for everything. What are we doing in Greece? We are expecting the economic recovery by targeting the sector from which it is caused, and that does not create a national awareness or conscious. But what we're doing is we're cultivating national misery. And I would like to say, to close, that you cannot, in fact, present the sector from which you draw the good results as the problem. No, it is the solution of the real problem. Yes, we keep that because we have quite a lot of things, and even by phone. So I'd like to come back to Ms. Karamanli, the Deputy Minister, in order to talk about the institutional changes and which are, in fact, scheduled for the future. As regards the training, please.
Well, I prefer to see the glass as half full and to give hope to our young people, because since everything is changing around us and tourism is changing, I believe that for these young people who are studying in the schools, it has to be a choice for their career. We try to provide them with as much as possible. We have proceeded to modernize the curricula. We have new modules introduced to follow the developments in technology, digital tools, sustainability, administration and organization. It is very important that the learning, the education is experiential, not theoretical. How they will prepare a lunch or a cake, this can be done separately with real ingredients and not just read it on a video. Hands-on, they learn to make from one dish to 100, because when they are called upon to work in a restaurant, they have to be able to cook for 300 people. Do these modules require institutional support from the ministry, or is it something? These become curricula and they are modernized based on the requirements in the market, the demands in the market. And we are proceeding also to the upgrading of the education hotel. From the 3 schools that have the permission, the license to build a hotel, through transparent tenders and transparent procedures, these schools can upgrade their curricula to modernize the educational installations, to continue to provide free public education and to have it to provide it at very high quality, and to do their practice, their traineeship in these hotels. The absorption after they finish is at 90% because they are ready in patisserie, in cooking, and in other specialties. They are professionals and they are ready. Also very important is that after more than 2 decades, we are proceeding to the hiring of permanent personnel. This is something that was required by the directors of studies. The new year we will announce the procedure, and although we had 6 positions for at SAEC and 4 for STE, we will have more, 21 and 8 respectively. And I want to thank my minister and also, of course, the whole team in the ministry, because without them we cannot proceed as we want. You have to be a team and you need to have a concerted cooperation. And we are very lucky today. We have the head of education, Mrs. Kavoukli, and we try for the best. And we have also established an academic path for them if they want to proceed and have another degree from the university, further specialization. Moreover, we support lifelong learning, and this is very important. With more than 45 million from the RRF, by the end of December, we will have upskilling for more than 18,000. And we have also education disseminated all over Greece, not just in Athens and Thessaloniki. We have Alexandroupoli, Kerkyra, Argos, Anavis, Agios Nikolaos, Heraklion, Crete, and other areas, Corfu and Rhodes. They are disseminated all over Greece because with the lengthening of the tourist period, we want to provide the same opportunities to these young people. And we also give a housing allowance. Our students receive housing allowance as the university students do. Maybe the ministry should undertake the management of some of these schools. Mr. Hadjimarkos, we have heard about various things promoted by the ministry, and we said we will talk a bit more about the perception on professionals. Maybe this is due to two different worlds that we have in schools. First of all, we have a category of workers who want to work for the season, and then they are not interested in working in tourism afterwards. On the other hand, we have some businessmen who open up a small or bigger enterprise. They want to hire people and work and try to make some money due to the tourist season. What is your opinion? I will agree that we are talking about two people in tourism, but not just in tourism, two worlds in Greece. We have the world of production, of responsibility, of seriousness, and those who are with 2 feet on the ground. And we have people who are living in the two-dimensional world of the internet, who are obsessed, who are maximalists, who believe who want to have all or nothing, and who believe that if you deduct the source of income, you will continue to have an income. This is an excellent example of virtual reality, and on which some people build their political careers. Let me go back to many years back when these schools started in Greece. We're talking about 1956. Konstantinos Karamanlis was the Prime Minister. Minister of Education was Konstantinos Helmis. In Rhodes, where we had the first school and the first professionals in tourism. The graduates of 56 were 54 students. And Konstantinos Karamanlis had the farsightedness to work and ask for the assistance of Lausanne and Lyon. If someone tried this today, he would be finished on the internet. But in 1956, Konstantinos Karamanlis asked for the assistance of the School of Lausanne and the School of Lyon. And the School of Rhodes gave us the first executives, the first professionals in tourism. All those who worked there were the graduate of this school, the School of Rhodes. What is happening now? Because you know very many people, you talk with many people, and in your region you are in contact with simple citizens and businessmen. In your region you have the Cyclades, the Dodecanese. Do you believe that people are trained today? Well, let me tell you that the success of tourism in Greece, which is real, okay, it is doing well, tourism is doing well, it cannot be the success, it cannot be just the result of those who are the businessmen. I'm saying that it is the result of the success of a whole society, whole community. I'm saying this because people who are working professionally in tourism will tell you that the experience of the visitor is acquired from the destination as a whole. Greeks have the notion of hospitality. They are hospitable. Their DNA has hospitality. And I'm very happy because the Hotel Owners Chamber is running a campaign which talks about hospitality and not tourism, because this is the sector that gives us the income and the confidence. Hospitality. Hospitality would not have the success it has if it did not have the executives, the professionals. It requires many more. It needs human resources, tens of thousands of manpower. When we talked on the phone, I asked you about some numbers. How many people work in tourism in your region? They are approximately 186,000 in a region where the census said that we are 300,000. In Ergani, you will see 186,000 are registered. They are not locals, not all of them. A great percentage are people who come from other regions of Greece, who come and work in the tourism season in the islands. And we have also some people who have been seconded from abroad, who have come from abroad. This year we gave 2,000 licenses for people from abroad who are seconded. I cannot tell you how many came for the islands only. There is great need yet. How much are the needs? From what I see in the market, there is a need for approximately 15,000 people just in the region of Southern Aegean, which means just 10% of the total number could be worked. We have the housing issues that we heard, as in areas with great growth in the whole Western world, okay? In the whole Western world, where there is economic growth. Thank God there is economic growth, but we do have housing problems. The same for our islands. I'm saying this because I hear that the islands are an exception, etc., and then I hear that the islands are an exception, but I hear it in a way that is annoying because it distorts the reality. Why is it not an example? The islands are an example as to how they contribute to national economy, how you face with the demographic issue, how you build jobs, how you create income, and a world where a young person can implement their dreams, can materialize their dreams. For those who want to see everything gray, in gray tones, they say that there is no water. You have not organized, it's not tourism which is to blame for water shortages. Mrs. Karamanli, an answer to the same question that I asked before. What would you say to a young person who faces tourism as a seasonal occupation? What is your answer, and what is the answer of the government itself as a whole? Well, as we said, everything changes at a very, very fast pace, and tourism is changing too. So I would advise young people to see it as a career and not as a seasonal occupation, to collect some money, to go on holiday or to help your parents, etc., etc. And since in the Ministry of Tourism we are focusing on the development of special forms of tourism, because for us Greece is not just sea and sand, but also the mountain, etc. As the minister has said, we have proceeded to legislation for the mountainous regions and the ski resorts. We have tried to promote other destinations who are less known. We always support, of course, the well-known destinations, but we give the opportunity to our young people to have a permanent income, because the companies will be able to provide them good working conditions. But what I wanted to focus on and tell our children is that they need to acquire digital skills in order to be able to monitor the changes brought about by digital technology. They need to know their area well so that they can convey this to the visitor. We have to tell them that sustainability is not a fashion, it is a necessity. They have to respect the environment, the visitor, and of course, and they have to speak the international language. The international language is the smile, Greek hospitality. This is our greatest advantage. And then they have nothing to fear. Thank you very much, both of you. Thank you.
Καθιερωμένη φωτογραφία. Μη φύγετε.
Do not leave. This is the family picture. Mr. Regional Governor, please sit back.
Λοιπόν, το είπαμε και στο διάλειμμα. Ξεκινώντας τη δεύτερη ενότητα, ο λόγος είναι...
Starting the second session, we will focus on the regions. The role and the power of the regions for the development of authentic Greece, because this is what we sell. We sell the wonderful climate, the outstanding beauty and authenticity. So apart from Mr. Hadjimarkos, who is already here, and he's going on playing the game or waging the battle, I will ask from the regional governor of Peloponnese, Mr. Dimitris Ptochos, to come to the panel, Mr. Christodoulos Topsidis, the regional governor of Eastern Macedonia and Thrace. This is my favorite region. And of course, two people whom I know from very far away. Former colleague, the deputy regional governor for tourism from the region of Central Macedonia, Mrs. Viki Hadjivasiliou, and Mr. Dimitris Fragakis, the president of New Metropolitan Attica SA, Νέα Μητροπολιτική Αττική. Welcome.
Περιφέρειες, κύριοι και κυρία.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, or rather, lady and gentlemen, I should start with a lady, but I will start the other way around. We will go back and forth with the panel, but the thing is there or not a common policy in the regions, that is, among the regions, in relation to your requests and the policies that you want to get through? Please be seated and be quiet. Thank you. So, do we have a common policy of the regions as regards the requests towards the central government and the European Union? I start with Mr. Ptochos. Well, let me first thank for the invitation. Thank you for the opportunity you give us to be here. Well, the requests could be common in all regions, but each region has different needs, but features. So each region tries to adjust its requests and what they want to the reality and the objective they want to achieve. In the region of the Peloponnese, I think the order with which we want to develop tourism, because I will agree with Mr. Hatzimarkos, tourism is a basic lever for growth in our region. We are not at the levels of Crete or Southern Aegean or Athens or Attica, but it is a basic axis. So we need the proper foundation. And we have worked a lot so that new companies and new investments be materialized. We have worked a lot in order to be able to differentiate our product together with the private sector, always in combination to the comparative advantages. We have worked with the Ministry of Tourism in order to have a proper governance pattern and to claim. This is the question. Do we have the opportunity, the capacity in some requests to have a common policy of all regions, irrespective of the various particularities, of course? Do we have this capacity? All the regions are harmonized with the strategy of the Ministry of Tourism, if this is what you mean. Yes, there are some common features, but I'm saying again that the particularities and the needs for each region are different. We are not all on the same speed. But I would like to say something which is very important. I believe that the regions... Welcome, Minister, says the moderator.
Ναι, κύριε Πτωχέ.
So the right agency to implement many things from what we want to do. Mr. Topsidis, Eastern Macedonia and Thrace region, apart from some points that are really magical and very touristic, it is a region where we should put the weight. And I will ask the question again. Do you believe that, irrespective of the features of each region, do you believe that there is a common strategy of the regions vis-à-vis the requests to the central government and the European Union? Thank you for the invitation. I want to say the following. The strategy is a single one. All the regions, together with the Ministry for Tourism and with all the financial instruments available, we are aiming to take the product outside the borders of our country. So all of us are trying to do this, and we are a region that has a very small part. We want Greece to be recognized abroad, and from those who will visit Greece, we want to have our share. Of course, today, the title reflects to our region. Our region is not one of the most well-known. Yes, but you have Thassos. Yes, but we cannot be like the Cyclades or the Dodecanese. What I mean is that we have to focus on nature, on alternative tourism, on the environment. We have various events that can be organized. So, again, this year, our region participated in the international awards abroad and got the first position as emerging region in Greece. In 2007, it was Attica who got this first place. Of course, this was not the result of an effort undertaken in 2025. It has been going on for many years, And in 2024, we were among the most well-positioned, with an important increase in the expenses of tourists. And in 2025, based on data of August, we are among the highest positions in the sustainability index. As regards another element, culture and tourism, in culture, in 2025, we have a higher ranking. We are at 9.4. The way you describe it, Mr. Kopsidis, it is as if you need nothing. No, we are an emerging region. Therefore, you need something, yes. We have entered there, and what I want to say is that with systematic work and specialized actions, we can compete with other regions that are most well-known, the Ionian and the Aegean, in the forms of tourism where we are specialized. We can play our role. We are popular in the Balkans, and we can try to modernize the infrastructures. Of course, things are going on with Bulgaria, with Schengen, etc. Okay, let's go to the west. Let's go to the Chalkidiki, Central Macedonia. Mrs. Hadjivasiliou. Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation. It is a great pleasure to be here. And if I may, I would like to give a complementary question to your first question. There are two institutional bodies that help the regions to work. It is a practical question. The first is the Union of Regions of Greece, ENPE, where we raise issues on tourism. And the second body is the National Tourism Council, where almost all regions of the country are represented, and where we discuss the topics on tourism and how they can be dealt with collectively. For instance, the creation of the National Observatory for Tourism. This is underway, and this is something that Central Macedonia has created for many years, and this will act as a pilot in the creation of the new National Observatory for Tourism. Now, if you want to ask me a more concrete question, I am at your disposal. Okay, we will talk about your regions later on. Now, Mr. Fragakis. Good afternoon, Mrs. Spiriotti. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is my great pleasure to be here with you today. Let me say that a major challenge of the regions in the coming years is to face much more confidently and more dynamically the fact that they are so important for the development of our national products. Mr. Hadjimarkos said it beautifully. Quite often, in several cases, tourism becomes the culprit for many evils faced by the regions. And I think we should start from there. A second objective for me, for the regions, is to see where we are today as regards our tourism product.
We have to look at the carrying capacity. How many people can they actually accommodate, and how much further we can take this. And I think that we have to see where we want to go in terms of tourism day after. I think for each region has its own conditions and needs. So there needs to be a common sense. Mr. Hadjimarkos, as in your hat as president, in that capacity, are there common points that will in fact be of interest both in Greece and abroad? Well, as we're talking about the countries abroad, we will say that until recently there wasn't in fact a portfolio about tourism, and we see that it's the first time that we have tourism in the Commission, and it is held by the Greek Commissioner, Mr. Tzitzikostas. So we see that people cannot do it alone. We used to believe that things can work in and of themselves. And there you understand, and this is understood in Europe, that there needs to be a plan, and this has to start from the Commissioner. Is that something that satisfies you? Well, yes. We're very pleased that it's now, in fact, in the mind of the commissioners that we have the Charter of Tourism, and that's how it starts out. I will not say that I am ever going to be satisfied. I don't think one should be satisfied. But along the main thrusts, yes. Perhaps sustainability is mentioned excessively, and we might face the same problems that the rest of the European economy, that they see that the Green Deal was, as applied by Europe, was what it actually made it lose market shares and brings about the recession, because other countries that have in fact not actually done something along those lines are losing those that have not brought about regulation have gained market share. So the regions are participating in this plan. Yes, they're involved. And when it comes to the EU, the policies that are being applied to a great extent are on a regional level. With respect to your initial question about whether the plan is common, that the regions actually claim, it shouldn't be, in fact, a common one, because every region has its own fingerprint, and that means that every regional governor has to find their own recipe. The mix is not the same. What is, in fact, common, and which is, in fact, claimed from all, is an administrative and financing framework that will permit each of them to apply that recipe which people believe will serve their ID, their identity and needs. Now, if you were to set out your 4 priorities in your region, if you were to ask what is the 4 top issues that you would like to put forward, first and foremost, we would like to have, in fact, the necessary backgrounds. And in the Peloponnese did not have the urban plan or the special plan. Now they do have, and I think that's how they will better attract investments. Infrastructure. I would like to say infrastructure, but rather to reconfigure the existing ones and seeing what are joint problems within the region of the Peloponnese, and the management of water is one of these, especially in those areas that are greatly taking things forward. The third is that there needs to be, in fact, an overall body for governance. The destination management body, which we're creating now after many years, together with the Ministry of Tourism, and I believe that this will be very important in order to coordinate and to align better everything that we're doing. The third and the fourth, as a priority, it has to do with developing alternative forms, as I said, the Peloponnese Trail, or other types of tourism, creating synergies with what we create comparative advantages. What are these? Natural beauty, gastronomy, and a huge cultural reserve. All of these have to be combined in order to create experiential destinations rather than classical models of tourism. So, the Central Macedonia, Mrs. Khatsafigliou, has Mount Athens, it has Halkidiki, but it also have its mountainous side. Your priorities, if you were to put them in a series, in order as problem resolution or prospects, I would start from infrastructure. We cannot talk about growth in tourism if we do not have those conditions which would make the person living there feel better. So how can a tourist feeling there have a good experience if the tourist does not have? How can we talk about the Thessaloniki city break if the metro, as we speak, does not cover the distance from the airport? I should have brought Mr. Dimas here. So in Polychrono Chalkidikis, we have issues of too many tourists which lead to problems in water scarcity or sewage issue. There are key infrastructures and more overnight stays and not so much arrivals, and tourists that have in fact more money to spend, and tourism 12 months a year. This requires a set of actions that need to be coordinated, and we hope that that the new legislative framework can give us the possibility and to set aside, in fact, this overly great interest in the capital. So we have, in fact, one of the largest regions, 5 times the size of that of Attica. And do you know how much we have compared to what tourism? We have 340,000. Well, we have 1/65 of the region of Attica, which is 5 times, in fact, the size. Now, Mr. Fragakis, what is your budget? Well, truthfully, a bit larger than what you just heard. So the rest of the panel is laughing, Mr. Khatziafoglu, because it's ridiculous as an amount. I hear you, Mr. Faragakis, not the amount, the priorities. In Attica, the key thing that we want to serve is the expansion of the tourism offering. That means spatial offering and temporal. So how can we actually add our tourism offering to more regions, and how can we actually do it over time also? So we have heard this time and again, it is repeated often that there's a problem of over-tourism in Athens, and there is an issue with tourism flows. Well, this is not the case. I think it is, in fact, something that harms tourism without there being a reason for it. So Mr. Hadjimarkou said this. We have, in fact, got ourselves bogged down in a negativity. It's like we're shooting our own feet. And the issue of the carrying capacity in terms of the destination management, there is no problem of over-tourism either in the centre of Athens. That doesn't mean that you are sitting with your hands crossed and you're waiting when it's going to happen. So we're talking about this extension. Are you talking about time-wise or space-wise? Both. Any other priority? I think that's our key priority. The second is that we have to look at infrastructure because they will permit two things. One, to be resilient in the climate crisis issues, and the whole of Southern Europe has this to face, and that's key because if something happens and you have a problem with a flood, this could in fact ruin your entire narrative for a very long time. So we have to invest on this. And the other important thing of infrastructure is how local communities are not adverse to tourism but will go in parallel, because that creates problems. And let me say with Mr. Topsidis, Mr. Topsidis has quite a few priorities. Infrastructure to the customs duty of Kipi and Castañas, and in Samothrace we are in fact going to have our collaboration in order to have the facilities for the on-the-spot visa. And Kalamuti, there will be a new port. Afterwards, let us go to new branding. We have to change the brand of our own region. We have to show the variety, indeed. And we actually have the first innovative platform for the bodies of tourism, citizen, everyone, which shows that we all together actually are making them participants. There are people who on a daily basis submit proposals on how to give value to all. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We will continue with Mrs. Varela after we have our regular photo.
Θέλουμε μια ωραία φωτογραφία των περιφερειών, έτσι.
I want a nice picture of the regions, please.
Παρά 20. Λοιπόν, κυρία Βαρελά, ακούσατε περιφερειάρχη.
Mrs. Varela, you heard regional governors, representatives, you heard everybody. And now it's your turn.
Αποφασίστε, τι θέλετε.
Decide what you want, interview or presentation. I think presentation, right?
Κύριε Υπουργέ, κύριοι Περιφερειάρχες, εκλεκτοί προσκεκλημένοι, κυρίες και κύριοι. Μετά από τα τόσα ενδιαφέροντα που ακούσαμε...
Ladies and gentlemen, after the very interesting things that we've just heard from the previous panel, I would like to say that the answer in the general concerns with respect to having the possibility to conquer the sustainable growth objectives is to be able to have continental Greece and small islands destinations to be showcased. These are lesser known. That means to further develop the products and destinations that have not yet been able to showcase their natural and cultural heritage and wealth. And there, the role of the local government is critical. With the appropriate interventions, the regions can, in fact, through infrastructure, can showcase the profile of the lesser-known destinations. They can support them in order to faster transform themselves into tourism destinations. So that means that they can interact with the local and regional bodies in a productive manner, or in other regions that have a regional tourism offering. This will allow for a more even allocation of tourism and have a lesser burden on the communities. These have already been mentioned in a variety of manners by excellent speakers, and they're already adopted internationally. And within the European zone, these are policies that have been tried and tested for the sustainable tourism development at regional level in order to be able to have sustainable travel, as this is in fact defined by ecotourism, responsible tourism and community-based tourism. But it's true that sustainable tourism and the showcasing of small destinations is in fact something that happens locally. So the regions will have to be mentors also, incentivizing and encouraging the communities so that they can be part of this endeavor. A lot of the destinations can be in fact there to make a difference, and that is not anything further than the commitment or the self-commitment of the regions. A commitment that has to do with the participation of all the partners in order to create thematic priorities and the protection of the natural wealth and all the sustainable practices. Sustainability as an objective is an ongoing commitment. You never actually get there. You need to love the land, and you need to have the support and engagement of the citizens to be able to create networks of solidarity and understanding of the need to set tourism as a priority and not as an individual objective. In 2026, the most effective age group is 25-36. They travel often and responsibly, especially during September. These trends also signal a new perception about tourism and travel. Our country, as a tourism destination with high expectations, must actually align itself with these new specifications. How so? By showcasing our local beauty, proving to the people that choose us that we care for our land and protect it. The wise and flexible management of our land through the wise management of the resources is the key to the prosperity of the local population. That means that when we focus on gainful occupation in tourism 365 days a year. Well, this must be something that depends on the regions of our country and what they do, because the regions are catalysts in order to achieve these targets. This is not an easy thing to do, but it will in fact reap many gains. So apart from local benefits, the local communities will be able to harness the local wealth in order to deliver to the generations to come. Congratulations, Mr. Nikos Hadjinikolaou, Mrs. Ioanna Periotis, and collaborators for one more successful organization and for choosing this theme today, which is very topical and useful for the future of tourism and the prosperity of the land. Thank you.
Mrs. Varela, Secretary General for the National Tourism Organization, who took the floor. We are lagging behind schedule, so we will have a minor change because the minister has his agenda. So the Minister for Shipping and Insular Policy, Mr. Kikilias, will go on with his presentation. The Marine Pillar as a single strategy, synergies in ports, marinas, navigation, cruising and yachting. In live conferences, of course, there are delays. Ladies and gentlemen, I am in a well-known land with very good friends. And don't forget that after the pandemic, I was called upon, and we were called upon to find ways to revive Greek tourism. And we succeeded. And many times since then, I have declared that if we combine the greatest percentage of the GDPs, the country's GDP, this is provided by tourism, shipping, and real estate, which is based on those. These are the pillars of our economy. Until we manage to create something more in shipping. Coastal shipping is connected to tourism, to infrastructures, port infrastructures, etc. Yes, the ministry is on the first plan with all the investments that we have the ambition to do. But the reality is that when the Greek state decided in an investment in a marina, in a port, a pier or a berthing place, this started at some point, and then it was completed after 1 or 2 generations. Issues of transparency are coming into play, tendering procedures, rights to object, etc., etc. But this, for the cities and the islands, this is a major issue. Following the position of the government as to what are the professions that will lead to the future, I believe that many of these professions will be maritime professions. Through investments to port and other infrastructures, we have the opportunity to have a second group of professions around these infrastructures. based on the two major assets that we have, which is shipping and tourism. If we make the assumption that there is an investment in a port, for instance, at a time that we want, the time we took was 15 months for the whole procedure. So if we suppose that the time is very pressing, imagine around the maritime professions, after the investment in a port infrastructure, how many additional advantages we have in relation to local economy, in relation to the municipality in the area, in relation to the safety, logistics, supply professions, legal professions around the contracts to be signed. If we're talking about heavy industry, the various professions for handling the technical services, the professions on catering, on hotels. If you think about the microcosm of economy, we're not talking about 1, 2, 3 big companies. We're talking about small companies, medium-sized companies, very small companies, insular companies, etc. If we have a brand, 2, 3, 5 islands, we have islands that were used for shooting a very international and very well-known film. Other islands became known because they became a trend of Hollywood. With infrastructures in all this, just imagine the interest that could arise. There is interest for a new marina in Western Attica. You will hear the people from this area telling you about the battle for a mooring place in our marina. So imagine how much this would upgrade Western Attica if we had a marina there. It would provide much value added. It would attract more quality people. It could give the opportunity to all those professions to prosper there. There are some things that look impossible, theoretically speaking, but we believe that with hard work and a vision they can be materialized. When I was in term as Minister for Tourism in the first Thessaloniki International Fair, we announced that Thessaloniki could become a cruiser hub. At the time, we had a single digit, and then we reached 86. Of course, the fact that a city has a port, this is an advantage. Then we had the cruising part, and now I see investments, strategic investments for the other part of the port, and this gives value added to the city. And if we have cruises with home porting, this is even greater. It is clear that the Ministry of Shipping is directly connected to the Ministry of Tourism, and the battle in the coming time is to reduce the time for completing these infrastructure projects. The proper and modern and professional operation of ports and marinas plays a role in the quantity, quality, and the payback to the Greek society. I will conclude by saying that we passed a law on safety for harbors, and marinas, safety for all investments, and for the concessions. We have concessionaires in some ports, and we have some other ports that are under the Growth Fund or the Ministry of Shipping. We must have a body that controls the concessionaires, controls on safety issues, on servicing to the citizens, on controlling the companies. I hope that this cycle continues growing, this economic cycle around the four parts of Greek economy that I mentioned before, because this gives real prosperity to the country, to Greeks. It gives the opportunity for local small economies to move, to produce, and this type of capitalism, popular capitalism, the possibility for all people to be able to dream and to prosper, a small family or a small company, or people who want to do something with their life, people who don't want to work in a big multinational company. I think this is a key element. They have been the backbone of the Greek society, the Greek economy, and we have to support them all because they symbolize the middle class, which is under attack today. This is what we want to do. This is our vision and our objective. And I think this is the key for the Greek economy. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. Thank you. While you go down, please do something about Eastern Attica, a marina to connect the port of Lavrion to the urban, to the tramway and the urban railway. I live there. We need that. Thank you very much, Mr. Kikilias. Next time, I will bring Mr. Dimas and Mr. Kiranakis because it is clear that a huge part is infrastructure. Now, we reverse the program, the agenda, so now is the time to invite Mr. Giorgos Petrakos, who is Professor of Quantitative Methods and Computers in the Pantheon University, but he's also the General Director of the Institute on Tourism Research and Forecasts. Mr. Petrakos, you have the floor.
Καλησπέρα σας. Οι ποσοτικές μέθοδοι...
Quantitative methods have to do with stats, and it has some IT. And my students and the students of tourism studies do not really like it that much, but it is very useful for the subject matter that we're discussing, tourism and the new experience of travelers. Travelers of the world expect a lot more than a simple stay, and they don't like stereotypes such as sea in the sun. They want a definitive experience which is based on sustainability, innovation, and personalization. So the flagship of Greek tourism, our hotels, changes and takes on AI and innovative practices. The Greek hoteliers are incorporating smart solutions that enhance effectiveness, reduce the environmental footprint, and make for a better and richer experience. As we see from the surveys of tourist surveys and forecasts, together with the chamber, the hoteliers have, in fact, a close connection to local community, transparent governance, and they use AI and new technologies, and they're shaping up to be a more modern and a more sustainable as well as smart model of accommodation and hospitality. Let's look at sustainability now. According to the Institute's annual survey, which takes stock of what happened 2024 and the last few years, almost on a yearly basis, the Greek hoteliers invest more than 900 million euros in sustainability actions. This amount is about 20% of the overall investments that are made by hotels in terms of expectations and improvements. We heard it before also. The hoteliers in fact drew on the sustainability report that I'm going to present here today, led to the national system for the evaluation of our hotels, the stars here, on the basis of different criteria. This is innovative the world over. Let's look at figures. We'll see them today with respect to things that we've already heard throughout the conference. Let's start with energy. This is a key pillar of sustainable operation for hotels and of tourism enterprises more generally. In the last 5 years, we have an increase in the placement of technologies for the savings of energy and improving infrastructure in terms of automation, smart meters and advanced systems for cooling. Let's see the figures. The heat pumps, for example, which on average serve 36% of the hotels in terms of the rooms, but is more than 50% in the luxurious hotels, 5-star hotels, provide high standard heat comfort, which for the client means a stable temperature, noiseless operation, fast response, and high reliability when it comes to hot water. And there's also a sense that they have comfort in the stay and sleep. Innovative products and solutions. The building management system, which is known as BMS, which exists in 10% of the hotels, more or less. 20% in 5-star hotels, quite a bit lower for the rest of the categories. So a BMS controls and automates and maintains the lighting conditions and the temperature conditions as we want them. It identifies the leaks and damage and handles them before the customer actually realizes that they exist. It has settings for the rooms, and this, together with the smart meters, which are also a new technological product which is used in many companies and hotels with online measurements and digital measurements and the exchange of information between the hotel and the supplier. In this sector, in this team, in this group rather, we have also the charging stations for cars. We see that we have, in fact, greatly increased the number of hotels that have charging stations, and they're increasing continuously. Especially for luxurious hotels, more than 50% of these hotels have them. In terms of sustainability and technological solutions, we have major hotels that are undertaking major investments in technology and systems in order to achieve their goals in terms of sustainability. The smaller hotels of a lower category want more visible solutions and cheaper solutions, of course. A large percentage of hotels across all categories applies actions in order to reduce the materials and recycling activities. This is important for the operation of the hotel, but also for their sustainability indicators, giving an added value to the customer in terms of experience with clean premises, responsible operation, and a good image for the hotel. The majority now of hotels have undertaken quite a few actions for sustainability, for the protection of the environment, 40%, for the showcasing and preservation of the cultural heritage of the area, for information and awareness raising across all categories of hotels, and informing the customers with respect to the reduction of the carbon footprint of their holidays, and have undertaken actions to preserve the ecosystems and the biodiversity. This is mainly collaboration of major hotels with organizations such as WWF. What about new technologies and the regional systems? Technology is no longer optional. It is, in fact, a significant marker of competitiveness. Most of the companies have revenue management systems, performance indicators, and online distribution, and various AI systems. So this is based on real data, so that the hotel can manage reservations, prices, availability, and communication, and they add quality, speed, customization throughout the stay of the customer. The most popular such system is PMS, Property Management System. On average, it has been used by almost half of the hotels, but the more luxurious ones have it almost in their entirety. But you see others catching up, because the PMS effectively manages the various operations of a hotel. Besides PMS, there is a set of specialized systems for hotels, such as Channel Manager, with respect to the distribution channels, Booking Engine, Reputation Management, which collects likes and the comments that the various clients leave in the platforms, and the Revenue Management System, which, taking into account competitors, actually shape the prices of the hotels. Besides these rather specialized tools and systems, hotels also use the classic IT systems such as business intelligence, ERP, and ERM. What about AI? Okay, it's part of the technologies, but it is a revolution, the revolution of our times. Our hoteliers are getting to understand the importance of AI, and they want to invest in solutions that will enhance the experience of visitors. Apps that until now were the privilege of the major change such as chatbots are in fact sought out by smaller companies also in order to enhance the experience in hospitality. And here we have two apps that have a Greek name. I'm not advertising ourselves. Sophia and Applicia. And we can see the operations. You might ask me why Applicia. It is the Latin name for a type of a snail. It comes from the Greek word. So that snail does not have, in fact, a shell. It has something that's shell-like that looks as if it's not clean, and that's why it's called Applicia. But it is very resilient and it adjusts well. And this is what the system wants to do also. They have automated communication. There is the integrated management of reservations with AI, direct service to customers, data analysis, and after-stay communication. In the recent survey in Greece, in hotels, as well as in other European countries, we're working with Basel University. We see that 56% of hoteliers believe that AI concerns them. So 3 years ago, this was 10-12%, so it's on the increase. 1/3 of the hoteliers uses AI, especially in the last year. Most of them in the last year, 17% does not want to use it. What about key tools? 20% use LLM, such as ChatGPT, Gemini, etc. And at about 10%, we have tools that are quite specialized, that analyze the comments, targeted answers. They actually give prognostic analyses, and they give customized services. And that seems to be gaining ground in tourism, where people want to have their own consultant. About the locations to be visited or places to eat on the basis of people's profile. We're talking about the personalized experience for clients through technology, so that's why we're discussing it here. So hoteliers, in a significant amount, which is on the increase, seem to believe that the adoption of new technologies in terms of AI will offer more time, greater effectiveness, increase of sales, improved communication and marketing, reduced costs, improved management and data analysis, but also in the enhanced experience of the visitor. Now, when it comes to reservations, marketing, analysis of data, and the analysis of relations with customers, we see also to have the expectations of hoteliers and what they can, in fact, benefit from using AI. Very briefly, we can say that the sustainability practices are actually increased transparency and consistency towards the customer. The digital transformation means that they can better serve the clients with fewer mistakes, but I'd like to close by saying an experience that I had. Above the quantitative research, we do also political research. And we looked at the sustainability investments in the hotels across the ranges. So one of the questions I put to one hotel is, do you expect the sustainability investments to actually bring you customers, and that's why you're doing it? And the answer was that our visitor considers it, in fact, it goes without saying that our hotel has invested in sustainability. So apart from the pleasant stay, they will have, in fact, made certain that we are giving back to society. And those are the guests that we want, and that's the type of hospitality that we want to provide. Thank you.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον καθηγητή.
We thank Professor Petrakos for this very interesting viewpoint on matching tourism with new technologies, and we welcome you to the last panel of the day, a very rich panel pertaining to the marine pillar as a single strategy. We're going to talk about ports, marinas, coastal shipping, cruising and yachting. We will divide the panel in two parts. The first will deal with infrastructure and coastal shipping, and the second cruising and marinas. Of course, the discussion will be very lively between the speakers, among the speakers. So, let me welcome to the first part of the panel Mr. Apostolos Kamarinakis, President of the Union of Ports of Greece, Mr. Dionysios Theodoratos, President of the Association of Enterprises for Passenger Shipping, Mr. Konstantinos Chrysanthopoulos, Director of Marine Fuels and Services of Hellenic Energy. We will have also Mr. Katsikadis, Mr. Frazetis from the Thessaloniki Port Authority, Mr. Katsikadis, who is President of the Union of Marinas, and Mr. Trifonopoulos, President and CEO of Tryphon Leisure and Luxury Villas. So we will have a discussion all together, and I hope you will find it interesting. Thank you very much for being with us today. I think we are going to have a very lively discussion on infrastructure. We heard a lot in the previous panels by the Minister himself, Mr. Kikilias, and we all know that this is the Achilles' heel of tourism. There is interest. Greece has built its brand. It is unique, but are the infrastructures enough to support the ever and ever increasing arrival of visitors? We are going to talk about ports and port infrastructures, to what extent they are enough to serve passenger traffic. Mr. Kamarinakis, I would like you to take the floor first. Thank you very much, Mrs. Ageletou. It is a fact that ports are the spearhead, as we have been watching lately, in very many points. Of course, port infrastructures are a point that will always be discussed, since tourism is increasing. For sure, the adequacy of port infrastructures must increase. In a country like Greece, with a lot of islands, a country that has maximum insularity among Europe, so port infrastructures will never be enough. We always have to strive to improve them, to increase them, and to give the opportunity to tourists who come and to the inhabitants of the islands to be properly served. This is why we're discussing. And since we have also the famous green transition, we need to talk about green ports, that is, infrastructures that will be able to respond to the new rules, to satisfy the new rules, which are very expensive and very demanding as regards environmental protection. So all these points, in collaboration with coastal shipping, which plays the most important role, because there are no ports without ships and no ships without ports. So we all need to work together in order to have the best possible result. Mr. Theodoratos, how does coastal shipping see the situation today, the weaknesses and the prospect to face these weaknesses? Well, first of all, let me thank for the invitation. We have stressed repeatedly that the issue of port infrastructures is very important for promoting Greek coastal shipping and the islands. Right now, we still have several problems in islands covered by coastal shipping connection. We're talking about a country where we have 2% of European population and we have 18% of coastal shipping in Europe. So in this direction, there's still a way ahead as regards port infrastructure. Most probably the model of governance should change, especially ports. What do you mean? I mean that to have all these ports funds which are not properly staffed, they do not have the opportunity to proceed fast to studies, to designs. The way that the studies are designed and approved must change. So we identify the problem, we start the planning for solving the problem, and 4 or 5 years go by for a small intervention, not a big project. So in view of the green transition, I think we need to move much, much faster. And let me tell you the following. We're talking about ports on most islands, ports that have been designed or have been placed in this specific area of the island based on the time when ships had sails. The rationale was to be able to take the wind to move. Now things have changed. We need to move faster as long as we have the opportunity to carry out projects and to have studies fast. In some cases in Greece, the land does not belong to the port fund. It belongs to the public state, etc. So the well-known problems of mixed responsibilities, okay. And I think that we are not talking just about this. We're talking about the creation of ports, and we have also huge problems with the maintenance of ports. Very difficult conditions under adverse weather conditions, and we have problems for the maintenance of ships in order for the country to retain its reliable profile for the visitors and for the inhabitants. Mr. Chrysanthopoulos, you, on behalf of supply of ships, you see an imbalanced traffic in the ports. So can you please give us your picture, and can you please tell us to what extent we are ready as an ecosystem to support green transition and transition to sustainable fuels? Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. I will start with the last part of the question. We have taken many steps as Hellenic Energy Group for the green transition. We have used cooking oil methyl esters, which are mixed with high sulfur content, which is directed to customers in cruising or in coastal shipping. So both parts have been supplied with green fuel. This is a small step, but we hope that in the next 4 to 5 years, this green transition will be completed. Now, regarding the saturation of infrastructures, Piraeus is serving the greatest part of coastal shipping and cruises. And on our part, the supply, 95% is happening in Piraeus. This is a huge figure. Yes, it is huge. The whole traffic of fuel takes place through Piraeus. In this small port, we have all the ships that are supplied with excessive quantities. Of course, we will have 2 new positions for mega cruisers, and this will facilitate the life of the port. Each position will be able to serve 1 or 2 cruisers, and we will be able to help the port. Of course, we don't have the infrastructure. We work in Piraeus too. So there are no infrastructures with walking. We need more interventions in Piraeus, but we hope that the state is looking it the correct way. Yes, unfortunately, demand exceeds the supply, the infrastructures available. I wanted to ask Mr. Kamarinakis, what are the plans for expanding ports in Greece, and whether you see some light at the end of the tunnel as regards a more balanced reception of visitors, or whether Piraeus will always be the point of reference and there will be a greater percentage of reception of visitors due to Attica, to Acropolis, and whatever that means for the international brand of the country. Well, it is a fact that Piraeus is combining all the capacities for moving the passengers, transportation, and it is the bigger port. So we have this notion of metropolitan port. Of course, indeed, we have new arrivals and new tourist destinations. So it is a very strong point, and we have seen that with the cruises companies that are active in Greece. Usually they do not consider Piraeus as a crucial point. They have included also other destinations which give a new boost to local economy and to the sustainability of the islands. Of course, this has to be done cautiously in order not to create a major congestion on islands that are smaller in size. So we need to have a balanced use of port installations. All this requires collaborations. This is why partnerships, this is why local societies, which are burdened quite often by this mobility, they have to be close. And the companies of the cruisers or coastal shipping must be close, because we cannot have something functioning because there are so many factors affecting each port. The port is a port of special size. It is not as simple as building a block of flats. The port affects the overall area. This is why it requires cooperation from all partners. And what do you comment on Mr. Theodoratos with the various, the complex ways of administrating ports? Do you see any effort to resolve this? Well, it's true that at the beginning of 2000, there were just port funds, and these port funds were the notion of fund, that is, they collected. This is why they were called funds. Of course, then I was at the Ministry of Shipping at the time, so there was an effort underway to transform big ports. At the time, we had just two organizations. We had the Piraeus Port Authority and the Thessaloniki Port Authority. But another 10 were created then, SAs, Société Anonyme, because we saw that the model has to choose, it has to modernize, and we need to have new forms of governance of the ports that would be able to help in the development of each port. So this is how gradually we had the creation of SAs. And at some point, maybe some major port funds would be able to be autonomous and sustainable. And in this way, they could offer to the local economy and the national economy. Yes, because as it was said, this is a whole universe. When we're talking about ports, we're talking about a universe. They affect and they influence the way of life for small islands and for Piraeus, of course. We see how the port is part of a structural element. Mr. Theodoratos, how do you see the prospects as regards the development of ports in the coming years? Do we see investments coming? Do we see new ports? No, we don't see any major investments, apart from the big port authorities such as Thessaloniki, Piraeus, and one or two. We don't see anything else in the other ports. But in these ports where we have port authorities and we have administration that tries to move on to the next day, we see there is saturation. The organization of Rafina service, it has a problem of specific berthing places. The ship traffic, they are framed depending on demand. So it is not easy to show the departure times, etc. The passengers select the ship based on the departure and arrival time. Even in Rafina and in Piraeus, we observe topics of stopping serving ships as regards berthing places. I believe that steps have to be taken in this direction. I want to say the following. The money that port funds receive, and I come back to the previous question, and I continue with the thinking of Mr. Katmarinakis, these port funds are not just a few. I mean, what the passengers pay, where there is a very small percentage, for a port like Paros, I wonder, the Paros port fund have collected 7 to 8 million. We don't see them being given back to the passenger. What is the reason for that, you believe? To the entanglements, lack of will? I think there is no coordination. I don't know where the money is going. Mr. Kikilias has the whole data set through the General Secretariat on Ports, and he could tell us where this money will go. I believe that this money collected should be reinvested for serving ships and passengers. When we talk about climate crisis, apart from melting of the ice in Northern Europe, or apart from sudden weather phenomena that we didn't have in the past. The temperature has risen. I cannot imagine in the coming years to continue having the visitors and the inhabitants of the island waiting for the ship under 42 degrees Celsius or in the wind or under the rain. And I wouldn't like to continue seeing you, journalists, praising the captain in one story because they were successful for approaching the port, and in the other example, criticizing them. I guess we praise them because the conditions are very difficult. So I will tell you about the paradox that we have in the country. We have 18% of the European coastal shipping. Many companies have been active abroad, or they are active abroad. The company I work for was having journeys from Attica to Spain and Morocco. High level line. No one asked me to declare, to submit a declaration that our ship can serve the line. Here, in order for a coastal ship to provide services, the legal representative must submit an application that the port covers the ship. And I'm wondering, why in Italy, which is next to us, in Bari, the port master issues a prohibition for entry or exit. Here we have nothing of the sort. We have just the prohibition if there is too high wind. So we need to have some steps taken. And I don't think that we need to go and look into it. We need to follow international practice. And this is where we see the Piraeus Port Authority this period, this last year, to have taken steps to better serve the customers, the passengers, at least as regards the possibility for the passengers to move around in the port. We have Mr. Tonis here. He will tell us about it afterwards. I believe we are lagging behind and we need to move fast in order to create ports that are hospitable for the passengers and for the ships. So we need better leverage, I believe, better management and hierarchization, prioritization. Mr. Chrysanthopoulos, on your side, do you see that coastal shipping is ready for the green transition? And a second question, do you believe that if there is further development of cruising in northern Greece, will there be on your side a more balanced condition for supply, or conditions for cost are such that Piraeus will always have the overwhelmingly bigger share?
Oh, Thessaloniki has a very small share of cruise boats to be able to, in fact, have the supply. Είναι ανοιχτό το από πάνω. So we see that if those ships actually go to Piraeus, they will prefer to actually have the supplies from Piraeus. So if the number of calls increases greatly in Thessaloniki, you will prepare to have this being done from Thessaloniki. As Hellenic Energy, we have also refineries in Thessaloniki. Now, when it comes to coastal shipping, it is really making leaps and bounds forward in green transition, and it is the shipping company that has to pay for the cost initially and then the passenger, but slowly but surely, according to the investments we make and the cost of the fuel, we will be up to the challenge. Now, with respect to green transition and whether we'll have sustainable boats and ports, green transition requires major investment. This is a matter that creates a great problem because we see that large amounts of money are required. I don't know whether the ports will, in and of themselves, be able to foot the bill. There's also the uncertainty in terms of fuel. We don't yet know what fuel will replace oil and all the rest. That means that there is an uncertainty and problems. Slowly but surely, we see that there are efforts undertaken, because this is not something that we face only in Greece but everywhere, so that way we will be able to address that. You might have heard of cold ironing. This is the possibility to serve the ships, mainly those that pollute when they use the generators of power when they're in the port, which leads to huge emissions. And this is true both for coastal shipping and for cruise ships. But without a doubt, cold ironing means that the kilowatts needed to serve the ships that will plug in the port are, in fact, huge quantities, and it's a matter of electricity supplies, because we would need to, in fact, add another city of Piraeus to the energy supply there. What would you like to say about the green transition? Yes, coastal shipping is ready to tackle new technologies. We have to look at the cost of these technologies, because on the basis of a study that was in fact presented last year together with the OVE, the new green transition will bring to the Greek coastal market from 150 to 300 million, and this year it's closing at 1 billion. So we're talking about the cold ironing. I think that most ports are undertaking such studies for 4 or 5 such berths. I don't know what the use of the electricity will be like. We see that there's a specific cost of fuel now. Let's see what the cost of power will be. Now, there's some lines between Athens and Italy. There, investments are being made in new ships, and it's going faster. At the end of the 90s, the model of speed was chosen here. We had the super-fast vessels, which in fact helped us reduce the time of travel from 32 to 20 hours. Now we're looking at sustainability. So we're looking at how the ships can carry more loads so as to contribute less to the atmospheric pollution. This cannot be done in the Aegean because there are limits. We cannot ask of the ports to accept major vessels. So we have to look at infrastructure in the islands where the ships stay for a long period of time, or they stay overnight, where they can actually fill up on energy, or we need to have new technology ships. And I'd like to give you a sense of the size. If we say that we are to order now a ship in a European shipyard or a Chinese one as a Greek entrepreneur and a Finnish one, 145 meters, which is the one which we normally find in Greek ports, so as to serve 1,000 passengers and to be able to cater to some in a cabin. The Greek ship will cost 10 to 15% more than the Finnish one. Why so? Because it must be able to serve the passengers for things that the Finnish counterparts have resolved in terms of ports. So if you go to any Nordic country, you will not see the issue of cars and vehicles coming in from the same part of the ship. So we do have, in fact, infrastructure for the disabilities and also the house power for the ships to approach the Greek islands are much higher than those used in the Nordic countries because there's lack of port facilities. I mean, you just only have to look at the Paros port or the Santorini port or Mykonos. They have a larger throughput in summer and compare it to a Finnish island and see what are the infrastructure there and here. I can imagine, and I imagine that those who are following can also. Thank you very much for your discussion. Please await us for the family photo at the end. And now I'd like to invite to our panel Mr. Panayotis Jonis, who is from all, Mr. Fradzetis from OLF, Mr. Katsikadis, President of Lambda Marinas Investments, and Mr. Trifonopoulos, who's the President and CEO of Tryphon Leisure and Luxury Villas.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ που είσαστε εδώ. Θα ήθελα έτσι να ξεκινήσω.
Thanks for being here. Let's start with a comment about what you have just heard in terms of port infrastructure. Good afternoon from me also. Thank you for the invitation. Congratulations to the organisers. I heard many things from my colleagues. I consider that whatever has to do with infrastructure, the ports have to invest in infrastructure in order to upgrade the port. That's what we've done in Piraeus. What Mr. Theodoratou said before, and in terms of coal dining, we were in fact 4 berths in cruise and 3 in passenger ships. But these are not sufficient. And on the basis of the European directive, by 2030, all ports need to have the cold ironing berths. This will reduce the footprint of the ports, but that seems to be quite far away. It's not that far. This European directive is for cruising and for the container terminal. And these are national funds or European funds. For Piraeus, I wanted to say, in order to cover the entire range of Piraeus, from Perama up to the municipality of Piraeus, we have 90 to 100 million in terms of investment. This is a huge investment, which has to happen. The investors and the major shareholder has to resolve the issues such as the institutional framework of coal dining, and the Ministry of Environment needs to participate together with ATMIE. That means we need to have the regulatory framework, who buys, sells and who pays. Because in the past, which is not something that applies now, a bit after the pandemic, when energy was skyrocketing, it was not at all advantageous if we had coal dining for the ships to be able to use it. But now we're talking about infrastructure. Infrastructure must exist and we need to create them for all ports. Mr. Fradzetis, thank you. Hi from me. Thank you for the invitation on behalf of OLF. Infrastructure is number one that our clients are asking for. This is what they want. It's the first question in terms of cruise. So, tell me what you do, because there is a very important effort made in cruises. Yes, the period of the coronavirus, the pauses in operations allowed us to have a plan first for promoting cruises and in infrastructure. This was, in fact, something that we did together with the region to go all together to actually promote Thessaloniki and the port. And when it comes to infrastructure, we had to do what we promised when we had the port ready to welcome them. So in July 23, we actually created 2 quays in order to be able to accept the clients that we'd seen the previous years, and we'd said that we would be ready. So they had included us in their planning, in their schedules, the itineraries, and we welcomed them, but that was not all, because there has always been an increase of investments in terms of equipment, and of course we want to continue to do so. This has gone well, I'm certain. There are additional percentages and prospects to attract cruises to northern Greece. I'd like to ask Mr. Trifonopoulos, who is in fact somebody who works in tourism, but he's also the Secretary General of EOT, GNTO. And I'd like to ask, from this experience, how do you see cruises contributing to the tourism product? Positive, negatively, this depends. So how would it be, in fact, meaningful to go forward? Well, thank you for the invitation. It is incredibly, it's an incredible honour. So over the years, we are seeing that the problems that we faced are becoming smaller. We have focused on infrastructure. Infrastructure is the key problem of Greece, and the country has to really focus on that. It's not only a matter of the state, but it's a matter of having a well-organized company. As we see, most of the undertakings here from the private sector, they actually correctly focus marketing on where revenues stem from. So that means that both marketing and infrastructure must, in fact, pick up speed, because what we can achieve now that we're talking about 40 million visitors, we're talking 22 billion in revenues, and directly and indirectly a lot more. Primary sector can, in fact, benefit from tourism also. So we must say that it's useful to invest in infrastructure, and especially in shipping, because we are the most beautiful Polynesia in the heart of Europe. Not only do we see 96% of the yachts being in the area, we see there's an overconcentration in the eastern Mediterranean, where the position of our country makes us the very heart of tourism. I wanted to ask something, Mr. Katsikas, with respect to marinas. I want to continue picking up speed in terms of projects. And I think the biggest oxymoron is that the most well-known island worldwide in Greece does not have a marina. And, you know, those who have these yachts are not only interested in where they would actually go, but where they have to berth their yacht. Santorini has, in fact, everything else but a marina. So we want to say that the mega yachts bring about revenues, 21 billion euros from the global industry of yachting. So by 2035, it will go to 35 billion. So that will bring us closer to our central target that Mr. Mitsotakis said, that we will have a more qualitative type of tourism. And I would like to talk about the increase of spending for travel, spending per capita. Yes, yeah, we know that spending per capita is important. There, yachting gives fivefold revenues to the Greek economy compared to others, rather than those who come for the hotels. It's obvious that yachting will lead to increase of tourism revenues. Yes, and we are, in fact, one of the countries with the greatest number of visits, and we all agree in this. And I heard about a survey from the Bank of Greece presented by Mr. Stronalis that the tourism revenues up to 2035 could increase by 30%. So, Mr. Katsikadis, I turn to you. The infrastructure of the marinas, and where are we today? Where would we like to go?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation and congratulations for the organization. Very interesting topics. They cannot be discussed in such a short time. Mr. Trifonopoulos already mentioned some of the benefits we have from marina infrastructures. Marinas belong to tourist ports. We're talking about commercial ports as well. So tourist ports are divided in marinas, refuges, and moorings of tourist yachts. So we're not always talking about heavy infrastructure. Of course, the way Greece is divided spatially, and the way our Polynesia is, we have port funds that also host leisure vessels. So it is not easy, and it is not accidental that we don't have many marinas. Mrs. Pirioti mentioned Eastern Attica. Why do we have many marinas? Because Greece cannot have marinas everywhere. A heavy marina with land infrastructure, buildings, port infrastructures, and many investments that cost a lot of millions of euros. Why can we not have it everywhere? Because we don't have sustainability everywhere. The objective has to be one. The objective has to be the sustainability of these investments. This sector cannot develop in Greece. So you need to have high standards, high specifications, high quality specifications, very good constructions with good operators, and very strict environmental terms. Of course, this costs, apart from the capital. You need to have home porting, what we call home porting. Recently, the Union of Marinas in Greece published a study on the attractiveness of marinas. We heard from the regional governors, we heard about northern Greece, Central Macedonia, Eastern Macedonia, Thassos, Thessaloniki. So we are talking about huge needs for infrastructures for tourism ports that are inexistent or which are under port funds that are confused. There is also the problem that the market has exceeded us. We have the Balkans, we have businessmen who want to invest in Thessaloniki, northern Greece. They say, do something so that we can have marinas. There is demand. I'm not talking about Attica, where we don't have berthing places. So reality and demand have exceeded us. But for specific reasons, we have not managed as a state, as a country, to develop the infrastructures in order to capitalize all this. Why should someone want marinas? It is all these benefits that we're talking about. It is the value added, the jobs. It is good tourism. Tourism that does not burden infrastructures on a small island. Mr. Trifonopoulos talked about Santorini. We're talking about mild growth, mild development, not have a big marina with concrete, etc., to have lighter infrastructures, lighter constructions in order to satisfy this huge demand. The Eastern Mediterranean and Greece are the first in demand for big vessels. We see what is happening in our neighbors. We see the coastline of Turkey. We're not talking about the French Riviera, but we're seeing younger agents in the market, younger players. Allow me to say that Greece has greater potential because in the French Riviera the situation is saturated. We are here, whereas the French Riviera is up there. So we need to focus our strategy where we can capitalize this huge demand. Of course, always with respect to the environment, because this wealth that we have is the environment. We need to protect it. We need to find a way to do it. But there are reasons that we haven't managed that. I hope we'll manage to investigate some of those. Well, let's focus on cruising. We have Mr. Tsonis and Mr. Frantzetis who are working on that in Piraeus and Thessaloniki. How do you see, I don't know about Piraeus, how we can manage further additional traffic from cruisers? Well, let's go a bit backwards and see what the major shareholder wants. A major shareholder wants and will invest more capital in cruises. When we took over in 2016, only 20% was home porting. Right now, home porting is at 80%, and we will continue investing. The greatest project in Piraeus right now is the expansion of two piers in the eastern part of Piraeus. And this will be able to support vessels which are mega cruises more than 350 meters, and we will have two quays, plus all the other infrastructure projects that we talked about before. And a cruise terminal that we want it to be a landmark for Piraeus. In the same area, for cruises, we will construct a playground that will be given, it will be delivered to municipality of Piraeus, and we will link this park with a tour around the wall. We heard before about managing traffic of pedestrians in the port. Yes. Due to my specialization, I'm a civil engineer, and I'm working on these infrastructure projects on the port, in the port. I believe the whole area of cruises will change the picture completely. In 2024, we had around 900 cruises, 1.7 million visitors. In 2025, we're talking more than 900. 2 million passengers. It's a huge figure for our country. And overall, together with ferry, we had 20 million passengers. So imagine, we have two parties here. It's the ship, the vessel, and the port with the companies. The vessel brings the visitors. So all these people from home porting, from transit to home porting, when we have transit visitors, they leave approximately 50 to 80 euros to the local economy. And when it is home porting, it is 250 to 400 because they use hotels, they use taxis, tourist buses, museums, etc., etc. Just imagine how much capital is given by cruiser visitors not just in Piraeus, but to Attica, to Athens. There is a criticism that there is a major burden. The revenue is not big just for the port, it is the indirect value. All the businesses around cruiser, it is the multiplier effect of the port, because all the businesses want to have their headquarters close to the port for various reasons. And we are talking about all these revenues of local society by the people who work in these companies, port, businesses, etc. Mr. Fratzetis, can you please give us a picture for Thessaloniki? Well, we're a bit lagging behind compared to Piraeus. I think you had 86 cruises. I will go a bit backwards. Thessaloniki was a one-digit figure, as the minister said. We had 6, 7, 8 cruises throughout the year. That was, I've been for 4 years. It was unacceptable when we talk about the second biggest city in Greece, which has everything. A lot of excursions, monuments to see. It can receive any type of visitor. And the port is within the city. Everything is in walking distance. And this is what we promoted when we went to see our customers. We went from 5 cruises to 85 cruises, 90. And we hope we will do even better. Of course, I do not compare to Piraeus, but we have we are lagging behind compared to other destinations, Mykonos, Santorini, etc. Northern Greece is difficult because it is far away. It is outside the cruiser arch. But we tried to change this perception. I think Volos, Thessaloniki and Kavala can make it. They can promote the destination and they can show us what they can do. As I said, we did the big investment in order to be able to receive the cruises, because we didn't have the possibility to receive so big cruises and serve them. Among the plans of the organization and the shareholders is, if indeed the number of cruises increases, because this is our objective and this is why all these efforts are done and the collaborations we want to have, is to create a new passenger terminal. So if we have more traffic, we will have an investment for the passenger terminal. Yes, ideally, we wish that the infrastructures will match the growth. It is more manageable. Yes, let me add that what we did was to increase the berthing places from 1 to 3. We will not accept more cruises, not to put pressure on the port, not to drop the quality, and not to have the city being crowded because due to flyover. But as Mrs. Piriotis said, it is within the city, so a big volume of passengers go to the city with buses, etc. If I may, I omitted one point, and this is very important. In 2023, we had the approval of the environmental terms of the port. These are very difficult terms. At the beginning, we said, why to us? Some other ports have more easier terms. But 2.5 years later, I can tell you that last year we got the Golden Award for proper environmental management. One of the compulsory investments is to clean the sea bottom. We started with Perama. You cannot imagine what we found. And right now we are cleaning the central port, which is Coast and Cruise. We have reached 20%, 80%, and we have achieved 2 objectives. One is that ships can berth safely, and second, we cleaned the sea bottom of Piraeus. We have exceeded 250,000 cubic meters, more than 500,000 tons. How do we manage all this? These are transported to licensed areas for management. They are not thrown in the sea. They are removed from the sea. But just imagine, because the minister before said that we have continuous objections, etc., etc. Even for this management, we have had objections. This is our national sport, I think, says the moderator. Yes, some things are incredible. There is no better management and no more expensive management. And although the major shareholder pays for it, there are objections in order not to do it. So all these toxic waste, they prefer it to stay inside than to have a proper environmental management. So that was my point, because it is very important. And at the same time, the same goes for the Thessaloniki Port Authority. At the same time, in this environmental impact terms, we have had the approval of the traffic management study for Piraeus, because with the new station in the Motiko Theatre, the municipal theatre, there is direct access from the municipal theatre to the port with the pedestrian bridge. The pedestrian bridge is now operational. We have built also the moving stairway, and we have also repaired the elevator for people with mobility problems, with motor problems. So we have also the elevators which are now in operation. Yes, because private initiative is covering the gaps left by the public sector. Mr. Trifonopoulos, what is your take on what we heard for the development of cruising? For professionals like yourself, this is not something that brings about revenues, but I would like your view since you are more objective. Well, I heard with great satisfaction what Mr. Tsonis said, that 81% is home porting. This is the positive aspect of cruises, because the revenues are allocated, they are divided to more people, to more businesses, restaurants, hotels, etc., etc. So we reach very satisfactory figures compared to the few hours approach of ships, of cruises, which create sometimes phenomena erroneously considered as over-tourism, whereas actually they are violation of agreed flows. In Santorini, we have 8,000 is the limit for the day. If this is maintained, we are well. If it is not maintained, or if the berth allocation is not done properly, and we have more cruises during a day, the visitors who stay for several days on the island are not content. Athens is moving along this direction to have all year long visitors. Many other destinations, Rhodes, Crete, even Santorini, if they want to, and Mykonos can achieve that because they have the opportunity to bring visitors throughout the year. So what we need to stress is that the cruising is an excellent product. We have to isolate the dysfunctions. I also heard with great satisfaction the head of the Thessaloniki Port Authority saying that we don't want to flood the city. That is, to find a point where the city will not be flooded, but it will benefit from the flows. Because quite often, the cruisers, visitors, come back as a normal visitor who stay for several days. So let's get the positive elements of the cruises and avoid the negative points, the ones that have been calculated based on math calculations. Quite often, souvenir selling shops, which benefit from the even a few hours stay of visitors, they have to realize that sometimes other parts of tourism are burdened, for instance, hotels. This is a problem that exists for day visitors. We have seen that with Simi Island, visitors who go there for a few hours. There is a burden that is not translated into revenues for local economy and which requires some management. I would like to ask Mr. Katsikadis the floor for a final comment to give us a vision. We discussed the concerns for the development of marinas. What can we expect? Well, if we manage to resolve or at least improve, solve is maybe not possible, but if we can improve bureaucracy and licensing, to have a marina from scrap requires 7 to 8 years, even if the capital is there. So demand is cannot be met anymore. In Corfu, we will create a marina, and the procedures for licensing are very, very bureaucratic. The concession contract for a new marina had not been signed since the time of Lefkada Island, 20 years, a new marina in Greece. So bureaucracy and licensing procedures are very, very lengthy, very burdensome. So we need to find what we need to reform radically. The most important right now is the licensing procedure, which discredits the investments. Then, extroversion. I see Mrs. Varela. We have been saying the same things about marinas. There is an interest, there is a strategy on behalf of the state and on behalf of the regional governors. Marinas do not pollute because they have an electrical connection. So there are a lot of benefits, easy access, and I hope that this will happen in commercial ports as well. And there is huge potential in Greece. It is not a priority, but if we think that the visitors who come with a leisure yacht spend 5 times more than the visitors in hotels, I think this is something that should be taken on board, right? We should focus on that, if not. I want to say about Simi. I visited Simi after many years, and I told you before about the money spent by a visitor if they are in transit or home porting. I have experienced that this year when going to Simi with a small vessel. It was a stress test to climb all those stairs. So we didn't have the time to do anything else. And then you leave with the boat to go to the next destination. Due to the crowd, you mean? Yes, due to the crowd. The most important is home porting. And to conclude, I want to say the following. Due to home porting, thousands of new jobs are full-time jobs and not just seasonal contracts. We in Piraeus, we start in March, and until now we have cruises. And we start again in April. Yes, this is very important for the lengthening of the period and the jobs. I thank you all very warmly. I hope that next year we will meet again and that we will be able to record some positive developments. I would also like to ask the previous speakers to come for a family picture.
Πρέπει να συμπτυχθείτε, Βάσο. Για τους ηρωικά επιμένοντες από τις 10 το πρωί.
Now,
For those of you who have actually been here from 10 o'clock and those of you in person, those on your line who have been from your homes or offices, you have supported a very important conference, which is a national affair. We've seen it from the MEPs from two distinct parties who have discovered this, and the national affair in tourism is the motto that the politicians should follow in other matters. Thank you to our sponsors, our speakers. I'd like to thank the students who have stayed and who have attended this conference. And I'd like to say in the next conference, it is obvious that one more ministry that has to be here is that of infrastructure and transportation. And I think we'll have to bring also the Ministry of Environment, which is energy and environment. It goes without saying that we have complementary ministries. And in fact, let us meet again in 2026.